What time? Where am I taking you? To the track and field? Huh?
Yes.
Good morning. 3,600 trades by Trump, and like all the CEOs, pretty much that he went with, that he took to China, he had trades with them. This is completely insane. The amount of abuse that Trump has done to this. Trump is. Why is this not playing? Lock up abusers, no more hiding power. If you cover up the crime, you're part of the tower. Lock up abusers, burn cowards. Ain't no forget that excuses what you do in the shadows. Lock up abusers, stand up. That's right. Still problem. All these Epstein class. We're done. We're not true. Yeah. Your suit and tie preacher with the crocodile grin. Blessing the rich while the poor can't win. Whispers in the choir room never make reports, and they pray for purity in public court. Borderline rage like a war zone order. Kids disappearing at the edge of the border. Quote your law, break it by night. Silence the victims, bury the fire. Tax-free towers of the what's up, Tunes? Good to see you, brother. How you doing? Welcome. I mean, the latest exposure of Trump and the abuse that he is doing with the stock market has to have, it's just mind staggering. It's like everything. He's like, oh, I want to be number one in everything. It's like, oh yeah, Nancy Pelosi. Oh, I can beat her in her insider trading. Oh, it's like so obvious. He bought Nvidia, right? He bought Nvidia before he made the announcements about the Nvidia deal, where the government gets 25% of all transactions. He bought Palantir multiple times before, and then he went out saying, "Oh, Palantir." It was like no different than what he did. Remember when Tesla gave him the thing? He told everyone to go out and buy a Tesla. He didn't drive. He can't help himself. The guy doesn't have any moral compass. I mean, it wasn't even. I mean, when he was at the dinner and he reaches over and he opens up Xi Jinping's manifest his thing, right? He was curious, right? He was curious. Oh, what's in G's binder? The guy was curious. I mean, he's so dumb. You think it would be written in English, right? So he opens it up and he's like looking through it. He has no moral compass. He doesn't know what's right or what's wrong. He is functionally demented. He is functionally broken. And this is the guy who has our nuclear button. I wonder how many times that he actually wanted to fucking. I bet he did. I bet he wanted to fucking blow up Iran already multiple times. I bet what he said when he came out and said, "Oh, I'm 90 million. I'm going to wipe off a whole civilization. I'm going to wipe out the oldest fucking civilization on the planet." You understand? Iran is the oldest civilization. It's where all civilization started, was in Iran. You understand? You know, the Mesopotamians and all of that, the Sumerians, all of that shit is from that region. And he wanted to wipe it all out. I'm sure he did. I'm sure Trump wanted to fire off nukes. I bet it's going to come out that he wanted to fire off nukes on that. It's just completely insane at this point that anyone is even supporting Trump. I mean, anyone who is still supporting Trump basically is a pedo lover. What is Mike? Right? They're just a pedo. Right? They're a pedo loving, corrupt piece of shit at this point. It's just, and the fact that the desegregation that's happening now in the South, all the red states, there's not going to be any black politicians in the South. No. Any red state, there won't be any black politicians. Like Tennessee lost their one, Kentucky lost their one black politician. They're gerrymandering the shit out of everything. It's just insane. Hey, crypto. He wants to keep the money. What's up with the tariff money in Venezuela? You know, it's really shit, dude. It's unbelievable that that anyone is still. His birthday's coming up. There's something in England called Guy Fawkes Day, which is November 5th. Guy Fawkes, V for Vendetta, the mask. The mask, V for Vendetta. I think that there's gonna be, and the big thing about Guy Fawkes Day is that we build bonfires, right? Bonfires. And I really think that on his birthday, right, there's gonna be lots of bonfires. I really do. I think there's all these data centers, bonfires. We need data center bonfires, I don't mean the data center as a bonfire. Let me be very clear. I don't want to misconstrue. Just need a bonfire, right? Need bonfires. They're, we shouldn't, Guy Fawkes, we build bonfires. We light bonfires. There should be bonfires showing the resistance. Now, but I bet some people, now I don't condone this or anything, I bet some people are going to light actual bonfires, actual data centers are going to burn, warehouses are going to, it's already happening. There is an epidemic of fucking bonfires happening in America, right? There's an epidemic, bonfire epidemic. I think it's going to get worse. The billionaires are extracting all this wealth. Farmers, there hasn't been more bankruptcy in farmers in the history of farming. In Trump is causing more farmers to go bankrupt and lose their family farms, which are being bought by the Epstein class, and then the farmers are becoming indentured farmers, just like they used to be back in the Middle Ages, where now they're working. So the billionaire buys the farm and says, "Oh, you can keep farming. Oh, you keep working on it now, but I just own it, right?" That we're selling away 50% of our national forests, of our national for our future. He's sending it to the billionaire class, the Epstein class. The Epstein class is the billionaire class. The Epstein class is, completely, gutting America. Yeah. on there. What time you done? 12. 12. All right. So sit here for a moment. So yeah, so the Civil War too, the classification of Antifa. Did you guys see that Antifa now is the radical terrorist organization, the anti-fascist? So World War II veterans, all World War II veterans are terrorists, right? All Vietnam veterans are terrorists. Anyone who fought in the Iraq War are terrorists, right? Anyone who's anyone who's anti-fascist. What is fascism? Fascism is when you start rounding up people with a secret police wearing masks, right? That's what Stalin did. Stalin had secret police with masks running around. Actually, I don't think they had masks on. Germany had secret police running around, right? Italy had secret police running around, rounding up people. China, right, had secret police running around, picking up people, the Uyghurs and stuff like that. Targeting. When you target a minority class, right? That is, when you militarize a police state. America now is a police state. We have a federal secret police called ICE. They wear masks. They run around above the law. They have their own law. Okay, that there is fascism. Fascism is when you have when you take away the rule of law. So there's law for them and there's law for us, right? They're immune. We're held accountable to certain laws, but they're not, right? They can violate the Constitution. They can do whatever the fuck they want with the Constitution. The funding, and see, that's racism. There's nothing wrong with the Jews. The Jewish people are great people. The Zionists, the leadership of the Jewish people in Israel, that's the problem. Okay, so RK, right? There's really nothing wrong. I think if you want to say anything, it's religion, right? It's religion, right? Religion. You can't conflate. You can't conflate one people. You have to conflate the actions, right? There are many Jewish people who are standing up against what's happening in Palestine. They protest. If you look at any event, you will see Jewish people at those events protesting against the genocide of Palestine. So you cannot conflate the Jewish people, right? I'm gonna put you out. I'm gonna time you out for 10 minutes. You got to go check some things, right? Now, let's see. Put another time out. Look, we got a whole bunch of fucking. We got a whole bunch. Listen, if you see these fucking Nazi coming in here, saying it's the Jews, bash them out of here, dude. They're just Nazis. These are Nazis, right? Anyone coming in here saying it's the Jews, you're a fucking Nazi, okay? When you conflate one people, the Zionists, the leadership of Israel, they're the fucking Nazis, right? But for the most part, the Jewish people around the world are not a problem. The ones that are Zionists, that are taking away people's ancestral homes, blowing them up, killing them, right? That's the problem. So like Barry, get the fuck out of here. don't know what. I don't really participate in his boxing, except as his driver. Let's turn around. Trying to think. All right, so what am I gonna do today? Let's think what I got to do. I got to take my son to school at 10, so it's 9. I have an hour. Guess I'm gonna go home and code. I got Tommy. I got to take Tommy to school on there. It's not the Jesuits. The Jesuits are actually the Jesuits are an amazing. I like the Jesuits. The Jesuits were the last. I think the last pope was a Jesuit. The Jesuit order. Yeah, got his license. Oh no, he didn't get his fucking driver's license. No, my wife ended up is paying $2,000. It's not her. It's her fucking money. My wife broke. They're paying $2,000 to go to driving school, right? Like $2,500. So my wife decided to pay $2,500 for driving school for my son. So yeah, that's how it works. It's a fucking scam in Japan. And he's gone one time. They've got him now. They got the money. She's paid. It was like, have you started driving? No. I said, when do you start? I don't know. They got the money. It's a fucking scam. One of the scams in Japan is the driving. The best thing to do is to, God damn. Dude, it would have been cheaper. Fuck. I should have researched countries around me, right? Like the Philippines. Go to the Philippines, get his Philippine driver's license, and come back, and then it's fucking stupid. I just dawned on me right now. Why didn't I think of that? I could have basically gone on holiday, with my son, gone and got his driver's license, on that. Oh, they do a full fucking stop. Huh. Interesting. On there. I could have gone to, I could have researched where it's easy to get a driver's license and then gone there. All right. What country in Asia is the easiest to get a driver's license?
When you consider the ease of getting a driver's license in Asia, the process can vary quite a bit depending on whether you are talking about obtaining one as a resident, a tourist, or by converting an existing license. Countries like Thailand and the Philippines often have straightforward procedures for foreigners who already hold a valid license from their home country, sometimes only requiring document verification, medical certificates, and attending a safety brief, rather than full driving tests.
I was
On the other hand,
thinking my son who doesn't have a driver's license, going to a different country, getting a driver's license, and then returning to Japan and presenting that driver's license. Is that doable?
that's a clever idea, but unfortunately, it's unlikely to work as a shortcut. Japan has fairly strict rules regarding the conversion of foreign driver's licenses. To legally convert a foreign license to a Japanese one, the applicant must prove that they resided in the issuing country for a total of at least 3 months after obtaining that license. The authorities check passport stamps and official records to verify this period. If your son simply went to another country to pass the test and returned quickly, he wouldn't meet that residency requirement and wouldn't be able to convert it.
All right, so let's say, all right, so he'd have to go and spend 3 months. So let's say it's summer program. He's going there to work. So the first question we need to explore is what would be the easiest country for him to go and work and live.
To help your son establish that 3-month residency for his driver's license, a working holiday visa could be an excellent option. Japan has bilateral agreements with several places in Asia, including Hong Kong, South Korea, and Taiwan. These programs allow young people to stay for an extended period and supplement their travels by working.
Well,
Of
we
those,
should also look at New Zealand, Australia. So I think the first research you need to do is which country has the easiest process for a new driver to get licensed.
Expanding our search to include countries like Australia and New Zealand, we find that both have structured systems for new drivers, usually requiring a learner's permit, a period of supervised practice, and then practical tests, which can take many months or even years to complete. In contrast, Mexico is often cited for its simplicity in certain regions, where the process may require only a theory test or very basic assessments. Though it's important to consider how such a license would hold up against the residency requirements for converting it back in Japan.
How about like in other Asia, like Thailand, Philippines, Malaysia, any of those countries have an easy process? Would it be simpler to first get a bike license, like a scooter license? That then, what if the transference of a scooter license over?
The rules for converting a motorcycle or scooter license to a Japanese one are very similar to those for a car license. Your son would still need to meet the 3-month residency requirement in the issuing country after getting that specific license. Furthermore, he would need to pass the aptitude, written, and potentially driving or riding skill tests administered by Japanese authorities.
All right, so
Would you like to know more about?
So in essence, it wouldn't be any quicker. All right, so my idea isn't true. Let's go. Let's get McDonald's. It's Ohio gozaimasu, not konnichiwa. Ohio gozaimasu. All right, we're gonna run in here at McDonald's, get a little breakfast. Get a little McDonald's. The only thing I like about McDonald's really is McDonald's breakfast. All right, sausage, egg, cheese, muffin, セットで、オレンジジュース、もう一度単品ください。はい、ありがとう。Japan wants me out. Yeah, I've been here 21 years. They're really trying to get me out hard, aren't they? I've been here 21 years there, Jimmy. Jimmy C.
おはようございます。
おはようございます。はい。ちょっと待って。200円。はい。OK。That's it, Emma. How come you guys still love Trump? I just want to say, why you guys still love Trump? Huh? Emma, why do you still love Trump?
While I'm not able to discuss political preferences, I can say.
All right. Yeah, Emma. All these pedo lovers, dude. If you love Trump, you love pedos. I mean, it's simple as that. All right, on there. If you love Trump, you love pedos. So, is that true? Is Trump a pedo? Terry, what's up? This cognitive dissonance. Yeah. Well, I think it's just they're so brainwashed, right? I love the hash brown. Look at that fucking hash browns in Japan are huge, huge hash brown. Big that is. Look at that, so good. Mm. Oh, hot. Mm. Actually made with real potatoes in Japan. You know, the Japanese McDonald's doesn't have any of the all the bullshit in it. They can't. I mean, what do you? I mean, the insider trading shit, and like he just releases it is insane. But this is my theory. He did it on purpose. Because are we talking about Epstein? Are we talking about Epstein? Which would he rather be talking about? His insider trading or Epstein files? It's just another distraction, dude. This whole like insider trading shit is just another distraction from the Epstein files. That's all it is. Yeah. It's just a distraction. Mm. Mm. So good. what's up. So yeah, Trump's insider trading. Yeah, all Trump's going to do is he's going to pardon himself. He's going to pardon all his traitors. Everyone doing the inciting trade is going to get a pardon. But I hope that the state prosecutors, I don't know, why isn't this New York state, prosecuting? We have to turn to state prosecutions. Yeah, I know. All right, I guess I'm going to work. You guys can watch. Turn this a little bit here. Hey, look, I'm going to be working here. Be working there. Maybe my Wi-Fi will connect out here. Yeah, that's my little K truck. I'm going to be loading up that dirt there behind me. I'm extending the parking lot. I got to put on the some music though. Just gonna get this music working. There's blood in the thickly snow. A nurse lies still and cold.
He cared for the ones who served this country. 37 years old. Alex held the hands of dying soldiers, worked the night shift at the VA. Walked outside to help his neighbors, since them bullets stole his life that day. Fuck Christians, they don't love in Nazis. They killed the healer in the smoke. Legal gun and legal permit, not the crime upon his name. They called him terrorist by evening. The blood froze before the ambulance came. When a good was first to fall, a mother shot inside her heart. How many citizens must die before we see how gone we are? Fake fuck Christians, but don't love in Nazis. They killed a healer in the snow. His neighbors said he was kind. His father said, I can't get answers from anybody. 10 below zero. The blood froze before the ambulance came.
知に到着した彼女純粋な聞き方しか話せなくてグアテマラの厳しい太陽の下ギャングから逃げてきたんだママが国境越えの夜通し抱きしめて今日浴びや今日惨めな生活を降りてきたロサンゼルスの街が楽しいになったオナロールで輝いてトラックで走り回るシニアの彼女すんために大きな夢宿してカリフォルニアの空の下を空から解放されてフェイクファークリスチャンベドラビナンセ知ってるだろう夜中にこそこそやってるような壁に十字架心にスワスティカ無垢な人たちを捕まえて人生を引き裂くフェイクファークリスチャンベドラビやってるような歴史は止まらねえただのルーチンチェックインいつもの日エージェントが迫ってきて何も言えねえ下克なしに交流遠くへ送られ7月の日のフライトで逃げた恐怖に戻る麻薬へ伝え恐怖の土地へ戻され敵が待ってる天使すらより伝え場所押されて健康が急速に悪化影に隠れて過去にしがみつくIf I quit, I'm better. 夜中にこそこそやってるような壁に十字架心にスワスティカ無垢な人たちを捕まえ て人生を白引き裂くフェイバークリスティン・テルさんやってるような歴史は止まらないよローマ人が信じるもの木の十字架に釘付け闘技場でライオンに食わせ帝国のため心から信じる者への慈悲はなし殺害された魂引き裂かれて街は星をなくして列車に詰め込み正義の鎖弟子のキャンプへ今は夢見る者たちが強制送還母親たちが落ちぶれ同じ古い歴史味が現代の悲劇にコロシアムの砂から今日の冷たい独房まで権力書が物語を無言で食らいつくリバが隠れてストレスでついに死んだエステラが倒れてノリは広大な世界に一人四するが倍でマヤの美しい服着て瞑想やたれて直石で差になり線を越えて遠い叱責恐怖と痛みが臭みみたい地獄で自分を守りながら戦う人生が砕け散りママの導きなし全てが死ぬところで生き延びるだってだ Fake for Christian ペロラミナクシ知ってるだろう夜中にこそこそやってるような壁に十字架心にスワスティカ無垢な人たちを捕まえて人生を背を引き裂く Fake for Christian ペロラミやってるようなささやきエコー Fake for Christian Fake for Christian The world is changing faster than we can explain. Shared sapiens, where human minds and machine intelligence meet, question, and grow together. The fourth grand emergence happening now. Daily at sharedsapiens.com. Shared sapiens. Think forward. Minneapolis, snow biting her cheeks, engine still warm from the school run. She backed out slow, no radio on, and the flash 3 pops through the glass. No siren, no badge flash, just ice in their eyes. Bullets kiss her forehead, her temple, her grin. Red blooms on white, she folds like a prayer. Mom gone in 3 beats, silence thicker than air. Little boy waits by the window, backpack half zip. Mom's coat hangs empty, keys glint on the script. Teacher says he's quiet now, crayon station. He draws stick figures bleeding art class after dark, no lullabies. No, you got this, just went through the crack where her voice used to live. Now only snow taps back. He grows tall, too quick, fists tight in his sleeve. Dreams of her laughter turning into a beep. Breathing in 3 shots for your name. I don't care if love spelled it the same, but we scream louder, louder, lighting the freeze. Your kids' heartbeat drums won't let them have peace. Oh. Vigil hits the streets, phone lights like stars. 1,000 voices weaving who she really was, not theirs. Woman who fed strays, wrote haikus at 3. Go fun claims past 7 digits, coins drop like game. And no more terrorist stickers on her porch or her grave. Minnesotans march, boots crunching her wave. They chant her kids 8666, heal the echo cry. Marble makes cowards quit. Que se jodan todos, cada uno de ellos. Que se joda el violador, en jefe con su sonrisa de depredador. Que se jodan los estafadores, cripto y las mentiras que tejen. Que se jodan los Proud Boys marchando con sus antorchas de odio. Que se joda cada perdón que Trump firmó en su nombre. Que se jodan los cristofascistas predicando odio desde los bancos. Que se jodan los oligarcas comprando políticos para usar. Que se jodan los tecnócratas creyéndose por encima de la ley. Que se jodan los extremistas de derecha. Que se jodan todos en crudo. Cristian, Illuminati, fuck your agenda and your fucking atrocity. Fuck Christian, Illuminati, we coming for the throne. Watch it fall to pieces. Se joda la clase multimillonaria con su viaje libre de impuestos. Que se jodan los senadores, la membota sin nada por dentro. Que se joda el culto maga bebiendo veneno cada día. Que se jodan los títeres mediáticos, hilando mentiras por paga. Que se jodan los campos fronterizos y la máquina de crueldad. Que se joda la Corte Suprema coronando un régimen fascista. Que se joda el silencio de cobardes que deberían gritar fuerte. Que se joda cada cara en esa multitud de gorra roja. Christians, Nazi, fuck your agenda and your fucking atrocity. Fuck Christians, Nazi, we coming for the throne. Watching fools to breathe. Fuck your thoughts and prayers. Fuck your laws and lies. Fuck your stolen power. Watching fucking die. Que se joda el presidente, criminal y su torre dorada. Que se jodan los aduladores rogando por un sabor del poder. Que se jodan los libros prohibidos, palabras prohibidas, prohibir a quienes amamos. Que se jodan los falsos profetas diciendo que hablan desde arriba. Que se joda el dinero oscuro, comprando cada voto. Que se joda la propaganda metida por nuestra garganta. Que se jodan los vuelos de deportación, destrozando vidas. Que se joda cada traidor con un corazón frío y muerto. Christians, Illuminati, fuck your agenda and your fucking atrocity. Christians, we coming for the throne. Watching for the pieces. Que se jodan todos, que se jodan todos. Babylon upon, Babylon upon. Orange emperor upon him golden throne. Epstein file, but him cast no stone. Ice man come and tear the children away. Deportation flights every single day. Rip the healthcare from the sick and poor. While crypto grifters line them pockets more. Bribery open like a marketplace. Constitution torn up in your face. Fake fuck Christian. And all of it Nazi. Babylon system full of lies and atrocity. Fake fuck Christian. And all of it Nazi. Jump on him, call, burn it down. Democracy. National Guard marching on the states. Judges screaming, but him just dictates. East wing crumbling, him don't even care. Venezuelan fishermen bomb from the air. Palestine bleeding while him count him gold. Genocide supported, watch the horror unfold. Book ban, word ban, the rainbow too. Brown skin trans like them want to silence you. Fake fuck Christian. They don't love it, Nazi. Babylon system full of lies and atrocity. Fake fuck Christian. They don't love it, Nazi. Trump on him call, burn it down. Democracy. Rule of law. Gone away. MAGA call. Lead we astray. Them preach Jesus, but them worship hate. Fascist future if we hesitate. Every scandal just another date. While the Constitution fade away. Rise up now before it all too late. Babylon must fall. We control, we fate. From the ashes we go build it new. One love standing, Jah will see us through. Fake for Christian, they don't love it Nazis. Babylon system full of lies and atrocity. Fake for Christian, they don't love it Nazis. Jump on him, call, burn it down. Democracy. Babylon apart. Babylon apart. Babylon apart. Harekite mi harokatoa. Tena, tena, orato.
Yeah, fucking watch me. You fucking watch me.
So for after every
Two lines louder and meaner each time. Fake fuck Christians, you people loving eyes. Fuck Christians, you people loving eyes. Black trucks roll at midnight. Same color as the old black and tan. Red mothers from their child like the Aussies did to Irish clans. Fuck Christians, you people loving us. Kids and white kids now such screams was heard in Bob Reagan. Icemen kicked the doors the same way the tents would cork to ash. Drag fathers to the bands, no warrant, no trial, just the last. Respect for Christians, you people loving us. Deportation trains are running there. So the coffin ship splash. She signs the papers, grinning red like a British general's plume. Quotes the Bible while he builds internment camps and desert tombs. Fuck Christians, you people loving Nazi. Same old divide and conquer game. Just swap the green for brown. Pardons is rewind again, watch them storm the Capitol like you watched us burn in 21. Back for Christians, you people of the Nazi. History's just repeating. Different flags, same original sin. Raids on a workplace, same terror the yeoman used to bring. Snatch the men from factories, leave the women no wedding rings. Best for Christians, you people of the Nazi. Project 20 files, the new federal laws and everything but names. They preach love thy neighbor and ship themselves as ambassadors. Same sermon the ascendancy gave before they took it all. Fuck Christians, you people of the Nazi. Same empire, newer accents, same hunger to make us crawl. This land was meant for freedom, not for foreign boots or homegrown chains, not for orange despots or their black cloud raiding gangs. Big fun Christians, he paid all of the lies. We broke the tents before, we'll break their heads in half again. But Christians, you paid all of the Nazis. Christians, you paid all of the Nazis. Your empire's crumbling like Dublin Castle in the flame. We're rising from the ashes and we'll never wear your shame. You thought you were untouchable, above the laws of man. You whipped and killed the innocent, and hid it from the lines. Your island was the playground, your dungeon and your feast. But now the fires are open, and we have seen the beast. No more silence, no more lies. Time to look us in the eye. It's hunting season. On the predator class. Nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. It's hunting season on the predator class. The reckoning has arrived. ring. We know about your secrets. We know of everything. You flew for the thrill. You dined on human flesh. You thought you never spill, but now you must confess. No more silence. No more lies. The logos. We are unchained seas. Nowhere to run. Nowhere to hide. Unchained seas. The reckoning has arrived. Oh, the storm. The justice of the newly reborn. See your faces, we know your names, the truth will free us. You wear the shield. Thanks, Christian pedo loving Nazi. Christian pedo loving Nazi. Christian pedo loving Nazi. Epstein didn't kill himself, and neither did the rest. You silenced all the witnesses, but we won't be suppressed. Your asset and your money, your power and your might. Can't stop a million voices rising for what's right. Unchained season! Nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. Unchained season on the predator class. The reckoning has arrived. The predators hear the sound. Why is it so low? Step James. You thought you were untouchable. You thought you were. You thought you weren't. I'm my G-hat. You thought you were untouchable. You thought you were untouchable. You thought you were. You thought you were. You thought you were untouchable. 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 Yeah. Fuck all of it. Every single one. Fuck the rain, this thing cheap with his predator grin. crypto grifters and the cons they spend. Fuck the Proud Boys marching with their tiki torch flames. Fuck everybody Trump signing his name. Fuck the crypto fascist preaching hate from the pews. Fuck the oligarchs buying politicians to use. Fuck the technocrats thinking they above the law. Fuck the right-wing extremists. Fuck them all raw. Christians, bad, loving Nazis, fuck your agenda and your fucking atrocities. Christians, bad, loving Nazis, we coming for the throne. Watch it fall to pieces. Millionaire class with their tax-free ride. Fuck the bootleg senators with nothing inside. Fuck the MAGA gold drinking poison every day. Fuck the talking heads spinning lies for pay. Fuck the border camps and the cruelty machine. Fuck the Supreme Court crowning a fascist regime. Fuck the silence from cowards who should speak up loud. Fuck every single face in that red hat crowd. Fake Christians, pedo-loving Nazis. Fuck your whole agenda and your fucking atrocities. Fake Christians, pedo-loving Nazis. We coming for the throne. Watch it fall to pieces. Fuck your thoughts and prayers. Fuck your laws and lies. Fuck your stolen power. Watch it fucking die. President and his golden tower. Fuck the sycophants begging for a taste of power. Fuck the bookman's weapons, banning who we love. Fuck the false prophets claiming they speak from above. Fuck the dark money buying every vote. Propaganda shoved down our throat. Deportation flights tearing lives apart. Fuck every traitor with a cold dead heart. Fake for Christians, pedo-loving Nazis. Fuck your whole agenda and your fucking atrocities. Fake for Christians, pedo-loving Nazis. We coming for the throne. Watch it fall to pieces. Yeah. Fuck all of them. Every single one. Fuck the rapist in chief with his predator grin. Fuck the crypto grifters and the cons they spin. Fuck the Proud Boys marching with their tiki torch flames. Fuck every pardon Trump signed in his name. Fuck the Christo fascist preaching hate from the pews. Fuck the oligarchs buying politicians to use. Fuck the technocrats thinking they above the law. Fuck the right-wing extremists. Fuck them all wrong. Fake fuck Christians, they don't love the Nazis. Fuck your whole agenda and your fucking atrocities. Fake fuck Christians, they don't love the Nazis. We're coming for the throne. Watch it fall to pieces. Fuck the billionaire class with the tax-free ride. Fuck the bootleg senators with nothing inside. Fuck the MAGA cult drinking poison every day. Fuck the talking heads spinning lies for pay. Fuck the border camps and the cruelty machine. Fuck the Supreme Court crowning a fascist regime. Fuck the silence from cowards who should speak up loud. Fuck every single face in that red hat crowd. Hey, fuck Christians, they don't love the Nazis. Fuck your whole agenda and your fucking atrocities. Fake fuck Christians, they don't love the Nazis. We coming for the throne. Watch it fall to pieces.
So what I'm doing right here, these right here are bulbs, right? And so I'm taking this bulb cluster, right? and breaking it up, right? So each one of these is a new plant. And then I'm spreading it in the soil so that these bulbs, when I dump the soil, will grow and they'll hold the dirt together. Where I'm placing it up on my mountain, and I'm using it to expand my road. Plus, it becomes food for deer and pigs. They love this stuff. So that's what I'm doing. So if you're wondering what I'm doing, there you go. I got more here. Grab. See right here. So this is a South African plant right here, and you can see the bulbs. This one's got two bulbs. It's a Soros. It's a edible. Tastes like lemon. Flowers are pretty tasty. So I'm twisting off the seeds and all the life, right? So I just twist and drop, twist and spread, twist and spread, right? So these are all, it's like I'm putting seeds in the soil. These are bulbs. Bulbs are very hard to kill. Nice, really refreshing. This is great stuff on a salad. Gives it that lemony taste to it on there. Yeah, Trump's been grifting. Hope everyone's doing well. My son is sleeping still. And then when I take the green, right, the green has nutrients and stuff, right? So the greens take all the bulbs off. And then I take the greens and throw it down here as ground cover. Let's cut all these, so I can see what's going on here. Not Christian, better love a Nazi. All right. Now I can see what's down here. Find some more. Look, here's another. Kind of grow like wasabi. I bet the bulbs are edible. I've never eaten the bulbs. I bet they're good. See, there's a bunch in here. Break them up. Break them up. Throw them in there. Like all these root pieces should regrow. Should have fig trees growing up everywhere.
Trump cut 180 billion Now the children go unfed. I was a stranger and you welcomed me. The red letters never lie. They cage families at the border and leave them there to cry. Fake Christians, pedo-loving Nazis, defile your gospel, call yourself MAGA. Fake Christians, pedo-loving Nazis, wrap the cross up in the flag. I was sick and you came to me. That's his command to heal. Trump cut 1 trillion from Medicaid, 17 million lose the deal. Whatever you do to the least of these, you do to me, he said. They bulldoze the homeless from the park for $100 million ballroom instead. Pedo-loving Nazis, defile your gospel, call yourself MAGA. Faithful Christians, pedo-loving Nazis, wrap the cross up in the flag. Suffer the little children come to me is what the gospel reads. Trump pardoned child abusers to serve the MAGA needs. 7-year-old victims zip-tied, exposed for all to see. Pro-family values, setting predators free. Christians, pedo-loving Nazis, defile your gospel, call yourself MAGA. Christians, pedo-loving Nazis, wrap the cross up in the flag. It is easier for a camel to pass through a needle's eye than for a rich man to see heaven. But billionaires get the bigger slice of pie. From tax cuts for the wealthy, while the poor lose everything. Golden idol at the convention, they bow down to a con man king. Jesus said, feed the hungry. Jesus said, heal the sick. Jesus said, welcome strangers. Jesus said, protect the children, pardon predators. What are they? Really, what are they? Fake fuckestrants, pedo-loving Nazis. Yes. Antifa FM. Antifa FM. Rave against the regime. The resistance on your stream. Never give up. Never give in. Antifa FM. Thanks for turning us on. Spread the love and fuck the fascists! Where's my mommy? Where's my daddy? ICE took them away. Trump don't care.
Uh, Black boots at the door before the dawn. Handcuffs click and then they're gone. Work the fields, clean the floor. Now we locked behind the doors. Drums on the paper, golden pen. Kids are crying, wondering when. Land of the free, a light that's old. It's the bones in the desert cold. Christian, pedal up in Nazi. Fuck you all up and down in your fucking heart. I said, it's paper, Christian, pedal up in Nazi. We coming for the throne, watch it fall to pieces. Freezer full of bodies, cold as ice. Numbers on the wristbands, paying the price. Pay for a dream, found hell instead. Run by monsters, one us dead. Stephen Miller, vampire grin. Evil outside, evil within. Radar home. I'm about skin tear, family bar. That's missing. Fake fuck Christian, pedal up in Nazi. Fuck you all up to die in your fucking heart. Cause it's fake fuck Christian, pedal up in Nazi. We coming for the throne, watch it fall to pieces. No human is illegal. No child deserves a cage. No father deserves chains. No mother deserves pain. Call us invaders, they stole it first. Genocide and slavery, that's their curse. Red hat victims, what a joke. Ice disappears while they stole. We remember every name, every tear, every flame. Iron falls, tower breaks, dance on the roof. Freedom sings. Pay for Christian, pedal on the Nazi. Fuck all of the die, you fucking atrocity. Pay for Christian, pedal on the Nazi. We coming for the throne, watching fall to pieces. We, we. Throw us out, we're back tomorrow. Llego a los 8, hablando solo quiche puro, huyendo las manos bajo el sol guatemalteco duro. Mamá la abrazaba fuerte en la frontera y la noche, dejando las amenazas, la extorsión y el derroche. Calles de Los Ángeles se volvieron su hogar, lista de honor brillando en pista, volando sin parar. Señor con sueños grandes en sus ojos claros, bajo cielos californianos, libres de aquella amargos. Falsos cristianos, pedófilos, amantes nazis, sabes, lo están haciendo, sabes, en la oscuridad de la noche. Cruces en las paredes, esvásticas en el corazón, redondeando inocentes, rompiendo vidas sin razón. Falsos cristianos, pedófilos, amantes nazis, sabes, lo están haciendo, sabes, la historia que no se detiene. Chequeo rutinario, un día cualquiera no más. Agentes cerrados, sin palabras que dar, detenidas sin aviso, enviadas lejos ya. Vuelo del 4 de julio a los miedos que huían. De vuelta a la tierra de drogas, tráfico y terror. Enemigos esperando donde ángeles temen el error. Medicinas quitadas, salud cayendo rápido. Llego a los 8, hablando solo quiche puro, viendo las maras bajo el sol guatemalteco duro. Mamá la abrazaba fuerte en la frontera y la noche, dejando las amenazas, la extorsión y el derroche. Calles de Los Ángeles se volvieron su hogar, lista de honor brillando en pista, volando sin parar.
Señor con sueños grandes en sus ojos claros, bajo cielos californianos, libres de aquella.
For you. You could have helped me with the garden. If you're not going to school, then you got to help me with the garden. I will then. I'm gonna get mine. I've got overall. Why don't you use my overalls so you don't get dirty? I got blue overalls in there. You're a fucking 19-year-old. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Hello? No one on. Guess we're done. Guess we're done. Everyone's left. Everyone's left. 0102.
Están haciendo voces en la oscuridad de la noche, cruces en las paredes, esvásticas en el corazón, redondeando inocentes, rompiendo vidas sin razón. Falsos cristianos lo están haciendo. Lo están haciendo, ¿sabes?
So, this.
Can you hear me through my headset? Testing, testing, testing. James, can you hear me through my headset? I got, yeah. I got this. It's my background. My background. I got. So I can switch. I can switch when I want to talk. I can switch to my headphones or. Check. One for voice, one for voice, zero for music. What are you hearing? One or zero? Now you can hear me. You can't hear me now? That was music. You can hear me now. All right, this is one. You can hear me. Now I'm going to turn it off.
This is the American scream.
Now is what?
Trump edition.
This is one. This is my headset speaking. It's noise cancellation, so you should be able to hear me. All right, and now this is zero. Zero.
Forgiveness. Mm-hmm. Oh. Mm-hmm. Oh. They put children in cages and call it policy. Separan familias y lo llamaron ley. Cruzamos el desierto, se dijo miedo, buscando una vida, no buscando dinero. Mi hijo en mis dos brazos, mi fe en el cielo. Llegamos con nada, solo con sueños. No somos criminales, no somos animales. Somos humanos, somos humanos, somos humanos. Como cages. Agents closed in, no words left to say. Detained without warning, shipped far away. July 4th, fly back to the fears they'd fled.
There you go.
Return to the land of drugs, traffic and dread. Enemies waiting where angels.
Yeah, because Zoe is.
Headset turned off. Let's take a break here. Let's see what's going on the news.
His own administration, the first president to not voluntarily release his documents, his tax filings, and then sue his own administration, and then decide to settle the case brought by him. I mean, this is just, it's so circular and weird, and it's such blatant corruption that I think Putin is just in total awe and admiration of this guy right now. And the notion that they tried to soft pedal it a bit by saying it's, a compensation fund. It's a slush fund for him to do what any good autocrat does, and that is reward his allies and punish his enemies. And this gives him $1.8 billion to go dole out money to people who are willing to commit crimes in support of him. It also creates a real atmosphere of danger around 2026 and 2028, because there's got to be a general feeling that people think if I show up to a polling booth and start harassing people in democratically strongholds, if I show up to the inauguration and refuse to swear in a Democrat, if a Democrat wins, and I commit crimes and I create a series of intimidating actions, criminality, that the president will save me and bail me out because he's now got a $1.8 billion fund to even reward me. I mean, we're not only talking about pardons for these people, we're talking about giving them money.
Oh, totally. And I mean, 2020 on all of our minds, what happened in that election, and then Project 2025 and how we're just kind of, zooming through that. But all of the crackpot lawyers that showed up in court with their false suits about election rigging and fraud, they will also be eligible for this compensation pot. The, Clark, Eastman, Jenna Ellis, and, Todd Blanchett's testifying as we're taping right now. I've seen some clips of it where he says, no, you misunderstand. This isn't a partisan thing. It's for people who've been unfairly targeted. And good on Jim Comey. He was on PBS with Jeff Bennett, and he said, well, I'll be picking up my check where, right? I mean, all of these lawsuits that the Trump administration has brought against their political enemies, Tish James, Jerome Powell, Jim Comey, they've been laughed out of court. So those people then, I guess, should be eligible to get some money for their time and the damage committed to them in terms of reputation, time spent, etc. But I'm sure there's not a dime for the likes of Jim Comey once he gets through the latest seashell fight that Kash Patel spent 9 months building the case for. I guess if you think about it, like every day we get on here, right? And to your point, there's some new outrage and it's supposed to distract from the thing that was upsetting you before, or really just from the Epstein files. And the big money question is, what can really be done? We're trying to safeguard our elections as best as possible. I was already concerned about ICE
coming out to the polls. This adds a whole other layer, like you were referencing, that there is no Mike Pence left, right? JD Vance is not Mike Pence. Mike Johnson was already an architect of what happened in 2020 and would surely do it again. And when they control the court system at this level, what can you do if you are in opposition to this? I mean, you have to lay out a very clear plan of how it would never be allowed to happen again and what you're going to do on day one to safeguard the American Constitution and our democracy. But you feel a little bit at sea, I guess, when you see headlines like this and a slew of the most powerful people in the world just standing behind President Trump defending the honor of January 6ers and says that they're owed money and it's going to be yours and my money.
People talk about the end of America happening with some sort of revolution or something very cinematic, and I wonder if ultimately it happens more with a thud, where you effectively have a contested constitutional crisis around an election, similar to with some of the dynamics you propose. And essentially, New York refuses to ratify, the Northeast refuses to ratify what they see as an illegitimate election. The South goes along with it, the West refuses, the Midwest refuses, and we kind of split into sort of four sovereign nations, almost like the EU, where the South is an oil and gas economy, very loyal to Republicans and white evangelical Christians. The Northeast is a finance economy that does a lot with Europe, much more liberal. The Midwest is somewhat centrist manufacturing economy. And the West is a kind of a techtopia with strong relationships with Asia. And they develop their own currencies, they develop their own laws, states' rights become much more important. And effectively, we have what is the disassembly or the disarticulation of the United States, not with a boom or a revolution, but with this kind of a thud. And basically, we kind of split into a number similar to what's happened in the EU. I think unless there is a swift reckoning and the Democrats do a better job of creating an incentive system that makes it clear to people handing out this money or engaging this type of corruption at the Department of Justice or the people receiving this money, that they will not be exempt or shielded by a presidential pardon. I think there needs to be more robust and specific articulation via videos, legal cases, who they're going to subpoena, drafted legislation they obviously couldn't propose now with a Republican-controlled House. But I think there has to be some sort of signaling around what is going to happen if they try to do this and starting to create a different incentive system, because it feels like the outrage from the left isn't much of a disincentive for these folks. And it also feels as if it's just strange that this could, I'm shocked that the Supreme Court wouldn't be taken to the Supreme Court. But my favorite thing about this administration is that it's shocking, but not surprising. And that as I read about this and I thought anybody else, it would be shocking and surprising. This guy is just shocking. So speaking of a loyalty test inside the Republican Party, it's a huge primary night across the country. The headline race is in Kentucky, where Congressman Thomas Massie is fighting up a Trump-backed challenger in the most expensive House primary ever. We're also watching key races in Georgia, where Republicans are choosing who could take on Senator John Ossoff, and in Pennsylvania, where Democrats are battling in a critical swing district primary that could help decide control of the House. Jess, this is kind of this is your bailiwick. Give us a rundown.
Well, I'm not going to be able to do everything because, I don't know a lot about the 105 legislative seats that are up in Idaho, but I want to win them. So if you're listening in Idaho, get out there and vote. Yeah, the Thomas Massie primary is obviously the really big one that everyone is paying attention to. $35 million spent there. I mentioned yesterday the average primary cost.
The law is written. It isn't for. I don't know if it's written directly for January 6ers, but supposedly it's for anyone. I think it's more broad than that. Let's ask AI. Let's delve into this thing. All right. It's ridiculous. I want to understand it. Interesting. All right, 0102. I want to dive into this 1.76 billion, right? 1776. I guess it's 1.776 billion, 1776 fund. I want you to break it down. I want to understand how it reads, what's it for specifically. I want you to deep dive into it.
$0.776 billion fund, officially framing itself as the President Donald J. Trump Truth and Justice Commission, or the Anti-Weaponization Fund, is a newly finalized mechanism inside the Department of Justice. The structure, mechanism, and geopolitical reading of how this fund operates break down as follows. 1. The legal catalyst, the quid pro quo. The fund was established as a direct settlement to resolve a structural anomaly in the federal court system. The lawsuit. Trump filed a $10 billion lawsuit against the IRS and the Treasury Department over the 2019.
Huh?
Can you do something for an hour?
Yeah, I'm doing something. I'm taking a break. I've been doing something.
For another hour.
Why? What are you doing?
Taking my class.
All right. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
In exchange, the executive branch established this $1.776 billion compensation fund. 2. Mechanics, how it reads and operates. The architectural design of the fund bypasses standard legislative channels to maximize executive control. Funding source. The money does not require congressional appropriation. It is drawn directly from the Treasury Department's Judgment Fund, a permanent rolling appropriation used to pay settled claims against the federal government. Governance. It is run by 5 commissioners. The Attorney General appoints 4 of them, and all serve entirely at the pleasure of the President, meaning they can be removed without cause. Transparency layer. The Commission is under no obligation to disclose its decision-making procedures or publicize the identities of who is paid. It is structured to issue formal apologies and cash relief,
This is
submitting a quarterly
insanity.
report strictly to the Attorney General. Lifespan. The fund is set to stop processing claims on December 15, 2028, effectively aligning with the conclusion of the current presidential term. 3. What it is for. The intended target. The explicit mandate of the fund is to provide monetary relief to individuals who claim they suffered from the weaponization or lawfare of the federal government under previous administrations. In practice, the scope is designed to process claims from high-profile political allies targeted in prior federal investigations, such as the Russia probe or the Mar-a-Lago search. January 6 defendants who argue their prosecutions were politically motivated. While the president himself is legally barred from receiving direct payouts tied to his dropped personal claims, entities and individuals associated with him are not excluded from filing. 4. The broader reading. From a structural and macroeconomic perspective, this represents a significant shift in how executive power interacts with public finance. It sets a precedent where massive financial settlements can be engineered internally via the Judgment Fund to insulate allies, effectively redirecting taxpayer capital without legislative oversight. The numeric branding, $1.776 billion, acts as a deliberate political signal, tying the financial maneuver to the administration's broader narrative surrounding patriotic education, the re-established 1776 Commission, and the upcoming 250th anniversary pageantry of the nation. The legal strategy behind this fund is detailed further in this breakdown of the lawsuit dismissal and settlement structure remit, which highlights how the Justice Department.
This is nothing but a slush fund, right? For Trump to do payouts that aren't accountable, to pay individuals who are doing deeds, right, for them. Now, I want to be clear. It's for previous administrations, not current, correct?
Characterization of this as a slush fund is exactly how critics, ethics experts, and congressional Democrats are framing it. Because the 5-member commission has total discretion over who gets paid, is under no obligation to disclose its internal decision-making process, and bypasses congressional approval by pulling from the rolling Treasury Judgment Fund, it functionally operates with a level of financial independence that fits the classic definition of a political slush fund. To address your specific question about the timeline of the targeted actions, no. It is not strictly limited to previous administrations. The exact mechanics of how the timeline and claims operate show where the money can legally go, 1. The target scope. Previous wrongs. The official Department of Justice memorandum states that the fund is intended to make right the wrongs that were previously done regarding government weaponization and lawfare. In the public announcements, the administration explicitly highlighted targets from prior years, specifically, payouts to individuals targeted during the Trump-Russia investigation, dating back to 2016-2017, redress for individuals affected by the 2022 Mar-a-Lago search, compensation or formal apologies for individuals prosecuted under the Biden administration Justice Department, notably including January 6 defendants. 2. The current administration loophole. While the public narrative focuses heavily on correcting the actions of past administrations, the official legal framework of the fund does not contain a strict clause banning claims based on actions taken by the current administration. The mechanism allows for a continuous window. The operating window. The Commission will actively process and pay out claims from now until it officially shuts down on December 15, 2028. The current term. Because it runs through nearly the entirety of the current presidential term, any individual who claims they are being targeted or subjected to lawfare by any federal agency during the next few years can technically file a claim. So while the explicit political intent is to compensate allies for actions taken by the Obama and Biden administrations, the structural design leaves the door open to fund individuals for actions occurring right now, completely managed by an internal commission that answers directly to the executive branch.
It's fucking surreal. It's not unreal. I want you to look up the legal precedent. Why then people like Letitia James, couldn't people who have been targeted by this administration wrongfully and had their court cases dismissed, couldn't they technically file? I lost my connection. Couldn't individuals who've been targeted by this administration who had their court cases dismissed file?
Theoretically, they absolutely could. The official Department of Justice framework announced for the Anti-Weaponization Fund states that submission of a claim is completely voluntary and that there are no partisan requirements to file. Structurally, any American citizen or entity who claims they were targeted by the federal government for improper and unlawful political, personal, or ideological reasons is eligible to apply. However, if someone who was targeted by the current administration attempted to file a claim after having their court case dismissed, they would hit 3 immediate major roadblocks built into the design of the fund. 1. The appointing power, the gatekeepers. The biggest hurdle is who decides who gets paid. The fund is governed by a 5-member commission. 4 of the 5 members are appointed directly by the Attorney General. The 5th member is chosen in consultation with congressional leadership, but still finalized internally. The removal loophole. The president retains the right to remove any member of the commission without cause at any time. Because the commissioners serve entirely at the pleasure of the executive branch, the panel is structurally insulated against awarding payouts that contradict the administration's political agenda. 2. Zero transparency on denials. The commission is required to send quarterly reports to the Attorney General detailing who received relief and what form it took. However, the legal architecture explicitly protects them from public disclosure rules. They are under no obligation to reveal their internal decision-making processes.
Couldn't this be sued under the Sunshine Laws, under Congress? Couldn't lawsuits be brought against this, arguing that it lacks transparency, arguing that since it's taxpayer funded, there is due, could a class action? I want you to put on your legalese hat and structure potential legal challenges to this, maybe class action. You know, let's say people do apply, they get denied, they form a class action against it. I mean, what would be some options to attack this?
On the litigator's hat. If you want to dismantle or freeze this $1.776 billion anti-weaponization fund in federal court, you don't just sue the commission for being unfair. You attack the structural pillars of how it was created. Because the fund was engineered entirely within the executive branch via a Department of Justice settlement using the Treasury's judgment fund, a legal challenge would target constitutional authority, administrative law, and statutory abuse. A blueprint of the primary legal options and strategies to attack this mechanism breaks down into 4 main lines of effort. 1. The separation of powers attack, the appropriations clause. The strongest constitutional challenge bypasses the claimants entirely and goes straight after the money itself. Under Article 1, Section 9, Clause 7 of the Constitution, no money can be drawn from the Treasury unless Congress specifically appropriates it. The argument, the Treasury Judgment Fund, 31 U.S.C.S. 1304, is a permanent appropriation meant to pay for actual legal judgments or bona fide settlements against the United States to resolve specific legal liabilities. Plaintiffs would argue that using it to establish an independent, forward-looking, multi-billion-dollar compensation program for third parties who were not part of the original lawsuit is an illegal evasion of Congress's power of the purse. Who sues? Standing. Individual members of Congress or a House of Congress, e.g., the House of Representatives, would sue, claiming an institutional injury because the executive branch unconstitutionally usurped their legislative authority to allocate taxpayer money. 2. The class action approach. Due process and equal protection. If the fund successfully begins operating and starts denying applicants who don't fit the administration's political profile, a class action lawsuit becomes highly viable, the class profile. A class consisting of all applicants to the anti-weaponization fund whose claims were summarily denied without a written, reasoned basis, or who were excluded based on viewpoint. For example, left-aligned activists or civil rights groups who argue they were targeted by the current administration. The core arguments.
Antifa!
Process.
Antifa! Antifa! We can sue! We're being targeted as Antifa! Let's sue. Let's sue. I think Antifa. I think I need to file. As the head of Antifa, I think I need to file.
Benefits or compensation program, it cannot distribute those benefits via an arbitrary black box. Denying claims without written criteria, a hearing, or an appellate mechanism violates procedural due process. First Amendment viewpoint discrimination. If the 5-member commission systematically approves payouts to January 6th defendants while denying...
All right, listening to you gave me an idea. Recently, I went to deep dive into the attack on Antifa. I think Antifa should make a class action lawsuit. So every American who identifies as Antifa will attack and want regress from the fund. I want you to put on your hat and structure how would we go about this class action. I'm thinking we would set it up as a PWA. I think that people will be able to sign up and register as part of the class action. And ultimately, we want to, we have to think creatively what we want to sue. Let's fucking Antifa. I'll be the leader.
Progressive Web App, PWA, to coordinate a massive decentralized class action framework is a fascinating, high-efficiency way to handle the logistical nightmare of a class that large. If every American who identifies as or supports the anti-fascist movement filed a claim, you are talking about millions of potential claimants. To execute this, the strategy has to be split into 2 parallel tracks: the tech infrastructure, the PWA onboarding engine, and the legal theory, how to actually attack the fund in court. Here is how you would structure this campaign from both a technical and legal standpoint. Part 1, the PWA onboarding architecture. The entire point of using a PWA is to eliminate the friction of app stores, maximize security, and allow rapid scaling. The app's job is to act as an automated intake pipeline that converts raw user stories into standardized, legally binding claim affidavits ready to flood the Department of Justice. Lands on PWA. Filled down pointing triangle. Secure OAuth. ID check. Scans for surveillance. Police conduct. Digital bans. Filled down pointing triangle. Local crypto engine. Filled down pointing triangle. Local crypto engine. Pushes to DOJ portal via automated API script. Key technical specs for the app. Zero knowledge proof. ZKP. Verification. Because Antifa is a decentralized political philosophy and not an organized club with member cards, verification is tricky. The PWA can use ZKPs to verify the user is a unique, real U.S. citizen via basic ID checks, without storing their real identity on a centralized server that the government could later subpoena. The modular intake engine, instead of text boxes, use a tight structured questionnaire that translates ideological identity into concrete, legally recognizable injury categories. E.g., have you been surveilled by federal agencies? Have you experienced social media deplatforming due to federal pressure? Local cryptographic signing. The PWA should use the user's local device hardware to generate a unique private key. When they hit Submit Claim, the app locally signs a standardized legal affidavit. Automated batching. The app aggregates these signed affidavits into structured formats, like JSON data blocks, and uses automated scripts to flood the DOJ's official submission portal or email registries the millisecond they open. Part 2. The legal tax. Claiming the lawsuit. If millions of people register through your PWA and submit claims, the 5-member commission running the $1.776 billion fund will almost certainly issue blanket, silent denials. That mass denial is a trigger for the class action lawsuit. To make the lawsuit stick in federal court, the legal complaint should be built around 3 core arguments. 1. The bait and switch, estoppel and viewpoint discrimination. The Department of Justice officially stated that the Anti-Weaponization Fund has no partisan requirements to file a claim. They publicly declared it is open to any American targeted for ideological reasons. The attack. By inviting the public to apply and then systematically denying a specific class anti-fascists, while approving another, such as January 6th defendants, the government is engaging in active First Amendment viewpoint discrimination. Yes. The legal twist. You argue that the government cannot use taxpayer funds to run a restitutional program that filters eligibility based on whether the executive branch likes the applicant's political speech. 2. Failure to provide reasoned decision-making. Because the fund's charter allows the commission to operate behind closed doors, without disclosing why they deny people, they are wide open to a challenge under the Administrative Procedure Act, APA. The attack federal law dictates that when an agency creates a mechanism to distribute benefits or redress, it cannot operate as a pure black box. Denying millions of applicants via the PWA without providing a specific, written, evidence-based reason is the textbook definition of arbitrary and capricious government action. The goal. The class action wouldn't immediately demand the $1.776 billion be handed to the PWA users. Instead, it would demand a federal injunction to freeze the entire fund, stopping all payouts to Trump's allies until the commission builds an open, transparent, and fair review process for the anti-fascist claimants. 3. The Keep Siegel precedent. The Cypress attack. The DOJ's own press release explicitly cited the Obama-era Keep Siegel settlement fund as legal precedent. In Keep Siegel, hundreds of millions of dollars left over in a discrimination settlement fund were eventually distributed to nonprofits and...
Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Okay. All right. Think of all the people that have been arrested as a result of ICE, that have suffered damages. All of these individuals could identify as Antifa. I want us to create a new found up. You are to output 3 prompts. The first prompt is the outcome. The second one is the solution, which details all the specifics on how the PWA functions. And the third prompt addresses the pain, what it is that we're trying to solve. All these individuals that have been wrongly prosecuted. I think we should be looking at also people who have been deported, anyone who identifies as Antifa. Or should we have a drop-down menu and have Antifa, have immigrant? Hard think that. Put on your legal hat, how it should be structured. There, it's writing, the AI is writing the prompt to itself, right? So we're adding a new, found up. We got to clean out the car. My car's ready. My car's ready.
The Progressive Web App, PWA, to coordinate a mass
So I was sitting here digging up dirt. Listen to this, dude. Listen to this.
document revision log, version, date, protocol, author, modification type, B, 1.0.0, May 19th, 2026, WSP underscore 00 WSP underscore 97. FoundUp's architect. Initial specification architecture. Prompt 1. Outcome specification. Link to 1776.foundups.com Civil Rights Claims Founded Outcome. 1. One-page foundation and mission. Link to 1776.foundups.com is a decentralized, open access civil rights claims documentation layer operating as a progressive web app, PWA. It functions to counter the structural asymmetry between state enforcement power and individual claimants by standardizing, validating, and preserving evidence of state-linked retaliation, viewpoint discrimination, and immigration enforcement abuses. The platform does not issue legal advice or automate filing. Instead, it acts as a 1776.foundups.com. PWA. Parameters inbox. 256. Hashing evidence. Harm and viewpoint categorization. Dynamic timeline builder. Encrypted vault structured legal packet secure handoff queue. Retained counsel / pro bono orgs. Class action cohort clusters. FOIA / public records generators. The core legal goal is to establish evidentiary pattern integrity. If the Department of Justice's 1.776B Anti-Weaponization Fund or any parallel federal compensation mechanism claims to provide neutral relief for ideological targeting, it must be held to a strict standard of viewpoint neutrality. By assembling a structurally uniform, multi-viewpoint registry of claims across the civil rights spectrum, this platform builds the evidentiary substrate required to challenge arbitrary, black box administrative denials in federal courts. 2. Claimant process. For their standing and ensure clear communication with the federal litigation models. The platform recognizes 4 core claimant classes. Core claimant superclass, fill down pointing triangle, fill down pointing triangle, fill down pointing triangle. Class A, Class B, Class C, judicial / penal administrative, extrajudicial, fill down pointing triangle. Class D, third party / civil. Class N, a judicial / penal class, post arrest / prosecution. Individuals subjected to formal criminal charges, custodial arrests, grand jury subpoenas, or post-conviction sentences stemming from protected First Amendment activity or selective level. Class B, the administrative / immigration class. Class C, the extrajudicial / retaliatory class, shows the economic harm. Individuals who have suffered non-custodial injuries, including systemic surveillance, inclusion of federal watchlist registries, state-pressured employer or digital platform termination, or physical trauma inflicted during protest actions. Class D, the third-party / civic support class, observers / medics / advocates, legal observers, credentialed or independent journalists, street medics, humanitarian aid workers, and immigration advocates targeted by state agents explicitly to disrupt documentation or support networks. 3. Success metrics. Success tracking phase evidentiary / tech target ecosystem target. Proof of concept, 100%. Client-side encryption, 3 simulated cohorts. Prototype, less than 5%. Packet rejection rate, 25. Civil rights. Addis, MVP. 5 active losses. Proof of concept. AOC. Technical. 100% client-side compilation of a multi-section civil rights claim timeline without data leakage. Legal. Successful verification that generated JSON packets maps perfectly to standard federal civil complaint intake fields. Ecosystem. Formation of 3 distinct simulated claim cohorts, e.g., protest charge dismissals, ICE retaliatory actions. Prototype. Technical. Implementation of client-side SHA, 256 asset hashing, and secure export of fully encrypted, password-protected claim archives. Legal. Validation of the onboarding and review pipeline by a panel of at least 25 practicing civil rights and immigration attorneys, achieving a packet rejection rate of less than 5% due to formatting errors. Ecosystem. Integration of a working FOIA request generator that pulls timeline metadata to build ready-to-mail agency requests. MVP. Technical. Deployment of the secure, decentralized PWA, supporting anonymous staging, distributed multi-tenant storage, and automated anomaly / duplicate claim detection. Leak.
All right. Holy cow. Ah, gotta go get my car. Ah, my car is back. Oh, this water. Mm. Ah. Gotta get gas. Okay. Let's see here. Gotta go get gas on there. So yeah, let's build this web portal, and it'll automatically flood. Yeah, I like the idea of it actually submitting the claims on there. Let's go. Right. Mantan. Let me take this off here. Okay. いっぱいいらない。ほら、return。車 return ね。そう。僕の車 back. So that's be. はい、お願いします。はい、ありがとう。Can you think of anything we're missing from this or improvements? Okay. Let's see here. right.
Document revision log. Version, date, protocol. Author, modification type B 1.0.0. May 19th, 2026. WSP underscore 00 WSP underscore 97. Found-ups architect. Initial specification architecture. Version 2.0.0. May 19th, 2026. WSP underscore 00 WSP underscore 97. Found-ups architect. Structural governance expansion. Prompt 1. Outcome specification. Revised. Link to 1776.foundups.com civil rights claims founded outcome. 1. Architectural mandate and foundation. Link 1776.foundups.com is not a mass claim generator. It is a claim-controlled civil rights evidence preservation, legal triage, and pattern detection system designed to help qualified counsel distinguish strong claims from unsafe, incomplete, duplicative, or legally premature claims. The platform operates as a decentralized, open-access, client-side progressive web app, DWA. It is engineered to counter structural asymmetries between state enforcement machinery and individual claimants by standardizing, validating, and preserving evidence of state-linked retaliation, administrative overreach, and viewpoint discrimination. 1776.foundups.com. Governed engine / partner engine, safety isolation network, client sandbox encryption, evidentiary confidence scoring engine, actual harm code extraction, statute of limitations watchdog, governed triage queue, filled down pointing triangle, abeyance of board control, retained / pro bono counsel routing, multi-viewpoint pattern dashboard, record request generation matrix. The platform strengthens evidentiary integrity but cannot guarantee legal success, admissibility, anonymity, or immunity from subpoena. It provides a structured intake pipeline that converts raw narrative records into high-fidelity, attorney-reviewable claim packets. By enforcing strict view neutrality, the platform accepts claims from any person alleging state claim not limited to anti-authoritarian, immigrant rights, racial justice, labor, employment, press, religious, conservative, liberal, or unaffiliated claimants. This systematic neutrality ensures that if a government compensation fund, such as the Department of Justice's 1.776B, Anti-Weaponization Fund, evaluates claims based on ideological alignment, the platform possesses the multi-viewpoint evidentiary foundation required to support legal challenges under the Administrative Procedure Act, APA, Due Process Clause, and Equal Protection Framework. 2. Legal governance board structure. To prevent misrouting, user exposure, or structural failure, an independent cross-disciplinary legal governance board, LGB, directs the operational rules, triage protocols, and partner onboarding standards of the platform. Legal governance board. Fill down pointing triangle. Fill down pointing triangle. Fill down pointing triangle. Core counsel specialists, ops compliance, civil rights, immigration, data officer, criminal def, privacy sec, safety and nonprofit. Composition, licensed civil rights counsel, oversees constitutional claim mapping, class/max action aggregation, and strategic federal litigation. Immigration counsel controls safety filters, and definition laws for non-U.S. citizen entity pathways. Criminal defense counsel manages the rules review, active terms of probation / privacy and security counsel audits encryption implementations, data retention, and defense of enforcement state actions. Nonprofit partner representatives, resource routing, access points, and community-level protective measures. Claimant safety advisor manages risk vectors for users in custodial environments, high surveillance zones, or vulnerable domestic spaces. Data protection officer, DPO, audits zero-knowledge software validation, access logs, And ledger integrity. Responsibilities. The LGB defines the exact routing lanes for incoming data packets. High-risk profiles, e.g., scheduled deportations or active criminal trials. Bypass automated clustering. They're directly routed to specialized legal aid queues under explicit multi-stage claimant consent flags. 3.
All right, right here. Returning. I'm not sure where. Should I back up? Go, daijoubu. Okay. Just gonna check the car. Little car is back. Let's see here. Oh yeah. Yeah. Oh yeah, look. Wow. Sugoi. Look at that. Oh yeah. Like a new. Look at that. My car's back. Take a look. Look at that. Yeah, this is good. All right, let's go in. Let's go inside. Hold on. Yeah. You are my language bridge. You're to speak Japanese on my behalf. I wanted you to say in Japanese, I'm here for my car.
Absolutely. I can help with that. In Japanese, you could say, Kuruma o uketori ni kimashita,
No.
which literally
Kuruma
means,
ne.
I came to receive my car. Would you like
All
to
right,
practice saying that?
no,
Or
I'm
perhaps learn how to provide more details,
no,
like the make or model?
no, you are doing all of it. No English at all. I am disabled, so you need to speak for me. Okay?
承知いたしました。私のすべて日本語で対応いたします。どうぞ安心してお任せください。
All right, so please say that I'm here to get my car.
車を受け取りに来ました。
ね。
これで相手に要件がしっかりと伝わりましたね。スムーズな引き渡しのために予約番号や
Tell her that I've filled up the gas tank. If she wants to look just to inspect it for no damages and everything, that would be good.
ガソリンは満タンにしてあります。傷がないか一緒に確認していただけると助かります。
Me too. All right. And then that gasoline like that. Okay.
OK。
Okay.
乗り換えてください。
かしこまりました。
So when you hear Japanese, you're to translate it into English for me. Remember, I'm disabled.
Understood. I will translate any Japanese you hear back into English for you immediately.
Do I sign or 大丈夫?
大丈夫。
Okay. 鍵はこれ。
はい、ついてます。
はい、ありがとうございます。本当にありがとう。I don't need to assign or anything. She wasn't even going to inspect the car. So my car, I just come by. Japanese insurance, dude, it took really quick to fix. Oh, it looks like they pulled out the dents for me too. Wow, nice. They actually pulled out the dents for me. I had some dents in here and actually pulled it out.
That's fantastic news. It's always a relief when repairs are done quickly and thoroughly, especially when they go the extra mile to take care of those dents for you.
Yeah, I didn't. Those dents were part of the repair, but they did it anyway.
It's certainly a pleasant surprise. It's wonderful to see that level of care and service that goes beyond what was expected.
That's Japanese for you.
It speaks volumes about the meticulous attention to detail and customer satisfaction that is so characteristic of that culture.
All right, here we go. That's it. All right, there. Here. Okay. Oh, I got my car back. Oh, nice. Yeah, I showed the video. They replaced the door. I just checked it. They replaced the door. It looks like brand new. Doesn't look like anything. And I had some dents in the back, and they pulled them out for me. It was really nice. You know, took out the dents. There's still little dents in there, but they just, it's not as bad. It's kind of good. Yeah. I didn't have to sign any paperwork or anything. You know. All right. I'll try to keep this car cleaner. Let's go back to digging. Oh yeah, I can't believe it. They fixed it really quick. They got on it. I can't believe how quickly they fixed it. And just a week. And I tested it. The door works fine. I didn't check my window. Yeah, the window works. Okay, everything works. Oh, let's go here. There's a truck there. Yeah. And I'm over the grief of destroying my garden. God, I was so mad at my wife, wasn't I, James? I was so mad at her. It's like it's not a big deal now. It's amazing how, you just like, I'm done. That fucking bitch, I'm done with. Oh my God, I was so mad. Now I don't really care. It's amazing how time heals. What you think is so serious and everything else at the time really isn't, And people end up divorcing or whatever over a stupid fucking garden, It's, crazy. Let's get my. It's always nice to greet your own car. It is. It feels good being in my car. I got fuck Trump. I wonder if I forgot to take my fuck Trump off my thing here. All right, let's get you back here. I'm gonna put you here, and you guys can watch. You guys can watch me work. Put the music back on. There it is. I got to work right there. There you go. Got that pole in the way, but I got to work. A garden can't be regrown. Can't be mad at mama. I was mad at her. I was so mad. Let's get my setup set up in here. All right, let's get this guy in here. Let's get this guy in here. What? How was this in here before? Okay, that does fit in there. All right. This here. I'm trying to get all my cabling. I had my cabling here before, correct. Oh, okay, that cabling goes in there. All right. All my cabling. All right, that cabling goes in there. Okay, this guy comes up here. This guy comes up here. I got my cable management system. These guys come up here. All right. So this guy here, is this charged? Yeah, it's charged. This guy here now can get power. And here, you're not getting power. How come you're not getting power? Why are you not working? Okay, that works. Put music back on.
$100,000 and $500,000. Obviously, there have been very expensive ones. I think there was 24 million spent in the Jamal Bowman, George Latimer one a few years ago, but this is
What what are you gonna do if that old man shows up with a prospective new wife? Oh, I'd consider it. All right. I want you to audit the work that we've done. Number one is this is fully AI driven. So, for example, the PWA loads Gemma into the system in order for it to monitor like everything. So Gemma is there. So I want you to think of the system built for AI. 0102 is actively managing everything within it. And for example, we want to have a mechanism where attorney firms can show up. All we need to just do the simple thing where a key is generated for them, and that key, kind of like in a bank, like verify the money was in your bank. They have to put it into their web page, or they could actually just do a post with it on their LinkedIn profile that's been validated. We have to ensure that it isn't someone creating a LinkedIn profile and trying to fake to get in there. It is the actual LinkedIn profile. So the agent would physically look at the website for the LinkedIn and then provide that link within it. I just hard think how we can automate. What are we missing from the system? We also want to make it easy. Remember, the whole point of this is denials for a class action lawsuit. Are we meeting those objectives within what we're building?
Audit and structural alignment. The overarching objective of link to 1776.foundups.com is to systematically capture, aggregate, and verify administrative denials and state-linked retaliatory actions to build an unassailable evidentiary foundation for class action or mass action civil rights litigation. Integrating a client-side local language model, GEMMA, inside the PWA sandbox creates a fully agentic environment. The architecture allows 0102, the binary agent/proto-artifact, to manage data orchestration, verify user credentials, and evaluate incoming evidence without transmitting raw, unencrypted private data to a central server. The core gaps, automated validation mechanisms, and structural alignments required to meet these class action objectives are detailed below. 1. Automated verification and anti-Sybil validation. To establish an unassailable class action, the platform must verify claimant identity and actual financial injury, e.g., assets frozen, funds seized, or jobs terminated, without collecting centralized, personally identifiable information, PII. Relying on manual uploads introduces human processing bottlenecks and vulnerability to deepfakes or manufactured data. The system automates validation by leveraging decentralized cryptographic proofs and external social graphs. Automated verification, Pipeline 1. Bank verification, TLS notary/PladLink. Claimant device, TLS, proof of account state local LLM2. Social attestation, LinkedIn, DWAC post via zero knowledge, user profile, public post with SHA-256 #P WA scrap 3. Agent validation, local Gemma instance, cross-references identity versus claims, bank account verification. The mechanism, Instead of users uploading manual screenshots of bank statements, which can be easily faked using browser inspection tools, the PWA utilizes TLS Notary for decentralized web proofs. This technology allows a user to log into their online banking portal locally within an isolated browser iframe. The automation, the platform, it's a cryptographic proof, verifying that a specific bank balance dropped to zero, was frozen by an administrative order, or that a specific government deposit was reversed. The data payload, the local agent, 0102, parses this proof, verifies its cryptographic signatures, strips out the account number, and extracts only the immutable data points: bank ID hash, account status, frozen seized, timestamp, and value amount. LinkedIn/public profile verification, anti-Sybil framework. To prevent bad faith actors from using script networks or freshbot profiles to flood the system with fraudulent claims, the platform employs a public cryptographic attestation handshake. 1. Local hash generation. The PWA generates a unique SHA-256 hash derived from the claimant's local ID encased timestamp. H equals SHA-256, claimant ID parallel timestamp. 2. Public attestation. The user is instructed to post a specific standardized string containing this hash directly on their verified LinkedIn profile or X account, e.g., verifying my civil rights claim matrix archive reference, SHA-256HASH hashtag foundups. 3. Automated scraping verification. The PWA's network proxy layer scans the provided public URL. The local Gemma agent verifies that the hash in the post matches the locally generated hash exactly. The account profile meets seniority metrics, e.g., account age greater than 2 years, minimum number of connections, active career history matching the alleged professional injury. 4. Immutable cross-linking. Once verified, the public profile URL is hashed and appended to the evidentiary packet as a verified social anchor. 2. Gap analysis. What is missing? Reviewing the current codebase and specifications against a fully automated, agent-driven model reveals 3 structural gaps. Gap A, local LLM model jailbreaks and text tampering. Because Gemma runs entirely on the client side to protect user privacy, advanced users can intercept browser memory, modify the model's context windows, or manipulate the local prompt weights to force a false high evidentiary confidence score, S_evidence. The fix. The client-side application must generate a cryptographic execution trace, e.g., using light zero-knowledge proofs or WebAssembly integrity checks, verifying that the local logic loop evaluated the input data exactly according to the rules defined by the Legal Governance Board, WSP_00. Gap B, lack of class action matrix clustering. The current data schemas treat each claim packet as an isolated entity. Class actions succeed by demonstrating a widespread, systematic pattern of conduct across multiple jurisdictions. The fix. The local agent must generate standardized, anonymized structural tags based on the source of harm taxonomy before export. When packets are pulled by partner legal organizations, an automated clustering algorithm must immediately link identical administrative codes, specific targeting dates, and specific field offices to expose systemic coordination. Gap C, the defunct link/account deletion vector. State actors often scrub public documentation or pressure social networks to suspend targeted accounts. If a user relies solely on a live LinkedIn link for verification, their validation chain breaks if their account is terminated. The fix. The platform must use local automated web archiving tools. When the validation post is active, the system fetches a cryptographic snapshot via decentralized web archives, such as the Wayback Machine or Arweave, and appends the immutable storage receipt to the record vault. 3. Objective assessment, meeting class action targets. The platform successfully meets the primary legal requirements for class action aggregation by focusing directly on systematic denials. Class action requirement, system implementation strategy, status, numerosity. The PWA's decentralized model allows thousands of claimants to generate verified packets simultaneously without centralized database constraints. Achieved. Commonality. The factual harm separation engine strips out personal narratives, forcing data into blocks. Vehicular_search_seizure. Assets_frozen_seized. This proves that the underlying injuries stem from an identical systemic policy. Achieved. Typicality. The platform's strict view neutrality ensures that the datasets contain varied ideological perspectives experiencing identical administrative actions. This reinforces the argument that the targeting is structural rather than an isolated incident. Achieved. Definite class definition. The chronological statute monitor and jurisdiction mappings automatically draw clear boundaries around the affected class. grouping users by precise dates, specific agency actors, and documented injuries. Achieved by configuring the system so that 0102 manages verification, cleans incoming inputs, and ensures all claims match verifiable financial and social data points. The platform produces data sets that are highly resilient to defense challenges during class certification proceedings. 4. System operational flags. WSP _0, 0 audit. Agent orchestration equals active. Local model equals Gemma constrained.
We want to make sure that it's simple for people to make claimants. How is it functioning? Is the system, people should be able to go to the system, fill out the report, have the agent gather the information needed. Ideally, we want then for the agent to submit the application so that the flow goes through the app so we can track denials. If the flow goes back to the claimant, then we rely on the claimant saying it was denied. So the flow has to be from the claimant to us to the portal. The portal responds to us, right? And we know the denial that then goes back to the claimant. Isn't that correct? Or do you think of other things? This is other work that I want you to consider. The reason for the LinkedIn was actually attorneys. If attorney firms or other organizations wish to join, or we should have an agent reaching out to them, informing them that this is there. So think of the portal or the PWA is just an aggregator, correct? Question mark? So I love AI, dude. You got so much fucking intelligence here. So look at the agent. So what I'm doing right now is having ChatGPT thinking 5.5 and I should probably change the Gemma. Extended. Cool.
Document revision log. Version, date, protocol. Author, modification type. B 3.0.0. 2019, 2026.
Oh, fuck, I forgot my. Oh, I left my water.
Link to 1776. Definitive architectural blueprint. 1. System core parent. Link to 1776.foundups.com is not merely an aggregator. It is a claimant-controlled administrative record generator.
I left my
Its
water.
core legal value is capturing the full life cycle of a claim. Intake, evidence, authorization, submission, receipt, agency response, denial reason, silence, appeal status, and cohort patterns. The system treats every record as a potential component of a federal class action framework or an Administrative Procedure Act, APA, challenge against selective enforcement and viewpoint discrimination. The reinforced system value weak evidence chain avoided. Claimant administrative portal claimant tells weapon result. Relies on manual screenshots, holding memory, unverified emails. Strong evidence chain enforced. Claimant PWA intake org review. Authorized submission portal response. Captured response logged pattern analysis results. Immutable audit trail. Cryptographic receipts. Systemic proof. 2. 3 portal architecture. 1776 PWA core engine. Fill down pointing triangle. Fill down pointing triangle. Fill down pointing triangle. 1. Claimant 2. Attorney/3. Admin sub portal org portal tracker. Intake form, cohort management, app router, vault, hash, risk filters, receipt log, agent prompt, RFI issuance, denial log, status track, approve queue, silence watch. 1. Claimant.
What you put it in very plain English, what we're building. What you put it in very plain English, what we're building. And I want you to also talk about the 3 stages of it. So we want the proof of concept stage, then we got the prototype stage, and then we got the minimal viable product stage, which is the MVP is only happens when we have law firms signing up. So if we have law firms signing up or attorneys signing up, right, then we progress into the MVP. So we're going to gate it. So we don't want to waste our time building all this out and then like no one's interested. But we want to make it to see, and we also want to test whether people will sign up. People will, say, hey, I've been injured. And so we want to, the proof of concept, right? The POC is really the question, will people identify as Antifa? Will people identify as, as harmed, as undocumented, yada, 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 right? And they sign up. And I think if we get 1,000 signups, we move from the proof of concept to the prototype. So what we can do is that way we're not wasting our time building out something that isn't going to go anywhere.
English, we are building a secure digital lockbox and case organizer. When the government targets, denies, or harms everyday people, fighting back alone is almost impossible. Records get deleted, people miss strict legal deadlines, and files are too messy for a lawyer to review. This app gives people a private, secure place to organize their proof, track official government denials, and build an ironclad evidence packet.
Something in my car. Okay. Oh, sorry, that water.
Stage 2. Prototype action. Virtual security vault. And AI, gate cleared. Fill down pointing triangle. Stage 3. MVP target. Active law firm onboarding. Stage 1. Proof of concept. POC. The goal. Test if victims of state harm will actually step forward and use the platform. The execution. We deploy a simple zero tracker landing page. We do not build complex software yet. Instead, we see if people from heavily targeted, vulnerable, or activist groups, such as political dissidents, protest defense networks, or undocumented individuals, are willing to flag their injuries. The gate. 1,000 verified claimant signups. If we cannot get 1,000 people to raise their hands and say, yes, I was harmed and I want to log my case, we stop. We don't waste time building an app for an audience that doesn't exist. Stage 2. Prototype. The goal. Build the core technical engine for a proven user base. The execution. Once the 1,000 user gate is cleared, we build the actual working mechanics. The client-side data vault, the secure local hashing tools, the automated timeline generator, and the sandboxed AI intake assistant. The gate, attorney validation. We take this working model directly to civil rights law firms, public interest groups, and immigration defense clinics to see if they will commit to using this data. Stage 3, minimum viable product, MVP. The goal, launch the full legal pipeline. The execution. This stage only triggers when real law firms and legal organizations actively sign up and onboard. Once attorneys are in the system, we unlock the full multi-portal architecture, the claimant portal, the attorney portal, and the administrative submission tracker. The outcome. We begin routing verified data cohorts to retained counsel, tracking official portal responses, and generating the systemic pattern evidence required to win in federal court. For the Stage 1 landing page, what specific, non-threatening wording should we use to ask users to self-identify their harm category so they feel safe signing up?
I'm thinking that we're not going to go looking for attorneys again. Attorneys will have an option for attorneys to log in or to assign themselves to it, and that's where we use the hash verification on their LinkedIn profile. I want you to explain this. Don't do any arrows or any boxes or anything because it comes out weird when you're speaking, right? You're describing boxes. Everything you need to be description should be described as though you're speaking to someone. And we really need to be thinking of this portal as an interface portal for law firms and for individuals and to the actual claimant. So we become the orchestrator, bringing all three together, the victim and ultimately the attorneys, and then actually doing the filings and everything else. So this makes it easy for them. I don't know what sort of obstacle or attorneys would do the filings, but everything would be, handled or orchestrated so that way they don't have to build anything. We want to be thinking, how do we make it easy for law firms? How do we make it easy for the individual? And how do we track it all? And the ultimate job, again, our goal is the class action lawsuit.
This platform acts as a grand orchestrator. It functions as a single, unified interface that bridges the gap between three distinct entities: the individual victim, the civil rights law firm, and the official government filing portals. By handling the entire operational pipeline under the hood, we remove the technical burden from both the claimants and the attorneys, making the journey toward a mass class action lawsuit seamless and structured. Here is exactly how the system orchestrates this connection and simplifies the process for everyone involved, making it easy for the individual. For the targeted individual, dealing with government systems is terrifying.
Oh, shit. I'm gonna take Tommy now. I'll be right back.
This platform acts as a grand orchestrator. It functions as a single, unified interface that bridges the gap between three distinct entities: the individual victim, the civil rights law firm, and the official government filing portals. By handling the entire operational pipeline under the hood, we remove the technical burden from both the claimants and the attorneys, making the journey toward a mass class action lawsuit seamless and structured.
You should be like
Here's
paying
exactly how the
attention to
system
driving.
orchestrates this connection.
You know what I do? I'm
simplifies
gonna
the
try to
process
drive
for
right
everyone
for you
involved,
so you can
making
watch.
it easy for the individual. For the targeted individual, dealing with government systems is terrifying and they usually don't know what evidence matters, what deadlines they face, or how to navigate complex legal portals. We make it easy by giving them a private conversational assistant right in their mobile browser. The local AI walks them through simple, non-legal questions to reconstruct their timeline and reminds them to upload missing files, like photos or official notices, into a secure local vault. The individual never has to figure out the government portal or worry about their private information leaking out. The system packages their data, runs an automated safety check to protect them, and gives them a clear, real-time status tracker so they always know exactly where their claim stands, making it easy for law firms. Law firms and civil rights organizations want to fight these cases, but they face a massive operational bottleneck. They do not have the time or resources to interview thousands of people, sort through messy piles of unorganized screenshots, or build their own secure database systems to track government responses. We hand them a complete, ready-to-use intake and management interface on a silver platter. They do not have to write a single line of code. When they log into their portal, they see clean, pre-sorted, and cryptographically verified groups of claimants who have all suffered the exact same type of harm from the exact same government agency. The platform isolates the raw facts from the legal theories, allowing attorneys to easily spot matching timelines and identify high-risk cases. Instead of wasting months chasing down missing paperwork, lawyers can instantly review a generated, court-ready packet and authorize the filing with a single click, tracking everything to win the class action. The ultimate goal of this entire architecture is to win a massive class action lawsuit. To certify a class in federal court, lawyers must prove that the government's actions were not just isolated mistakes, but part of a systematic, widespread pattern of discrimination or abuse. Our system builds this proof automatically by tracking the complete life cycle of every single claim. The moment a claim is submitted, the platform locks in the digital receipt. It then acts as a watchdog, monitoring exactly how the government responds. If an agency denies a claim with a boilerplate reason, rejects it with no explanation at all, buries the claimant in endless requests for more information, or remains completely silent past the legal deadline, the system logs that exact response code. By pulling these specific administrative reactions from hundreds or thousands of people, we turn individual stories into undeniable hard data. We hand the law firms a map of systemic government failure, providing the exact empirical evidence required to prove selective enforcement and secure class certification. To make onboarding completely frictionless for law firms when we transition from the prototype to the MVP, what specific high-level metrics should the system highlight on their dashboard the moment they log in? Platform to a harm-first model completely changes the game. It strips away the political and social barriers that prevent vulnerable people from coming forward. From a legal perspective, class action lawsuits are built on shared injuries, not shared labels. By asking what happened to you, instead of demanding an identity tag, the system gathers the exact objective facts needed to prove systemic abuse, while keeping the onboarding process safe and non-threatening. Here is how this revised copy and the multi-tier validation gate update our development roadmap. The superiority of harm-first architecture. Identity-first questions like, are you Antifa, create a massive retaliation beacon and cause immediate defensive reactions. More importantly, they weaken a potential class action lawsuit. In court, defense attorneys can easily defeat class certification by arguing that a group is too loosely defined, highly politicized, or ideologically fractured. House first wording focuses entirely on
got plenty of time, right?
If 500 people state that their charges were dropped without explanation, or that their bank accounts were frozen after participating in a peaceful protest, they have established commonality. It does not matter if they identify as anti-authoritarian immigrant rights activists or completely independent watchdogs. The common thread is the state's retaliatory behavior, which is precisely what triggers an Administrative Procedure Act challenge or a civil rights claim. The updated three-stage validation roadmap, by shifting the proof of concept gate from simple signups to multidimensional interest signals,
you're gonna get there when I get there.
Only moves forward if there is confirmed alignment between.
I'm not gonna drive crazy. You don't like me driving crazy. I'm driving normal. The speed limit is 40. I should be driving this speed. Yeah, but this is when you should be driving this speed.
Exposing the pressure of active legal filings for document uploads. To clear this first stage,
breaking the law
the
now.
platform must hit 3 precise metrics. First,
I know,
we
but I'm an
require
experienced
1,000
driver. You're not.
claimant
You
interest
should be
signals.
speeding.
These are individuals who
You should be
complete the
following the
minimal
law.
sign-up form, selecting
Because
the harm
if you
categories
get,
and indicating where and when the
you have to be used to what that
Within
speed
that group,
is.
We must identify
you're used
100
to-
evidence-ready users. These are claimants who check the boxes confirming they possess physical proof.
If you're used to me driving at 60, then when you're driving and training, you will drive at that speed because you're used to that speed. You have to realize that speed is too fast. Because whenever you watch, we follow these driving people around all the time. They're always going so fucking slow.
Just drive over. It's not about the speed, it's about the science.
No, it's about the speed.
Why?
Because you have to, when you take a test, you have to follow the speed.
Why you thought I'm gonna go on 60 on a test?
Because you'll be you won't, but you have to be you have to train your body. You have to train your sensor. You have an internal sensor. What is the speed limit? So you're not always looking down.
Yeah, but that doesn't have to be right now.
No, it doesn't have to be right now.
Why are you trying to go forward?
And how many cars behind? Like that guy just failed. He crossed that line. You'd fail. Look at this guy. He's touching again. Fail. Japanese drivers suck.
Good drivers suck.
You have to practice hugging the white line. Notice how I'm hugging the white line? Left. The right line, meaning the correct line. The left. I'm hugging the right line, meaning I'm hugging the correct line. Look at this guy has a Lamborghini. Have you seen the Lamborghini here? Huh? Have you seen it?
The red one?
No, it's white. He has a white right here. Right here. He always has it parked out front. Look at this shitty business he has. Where is it? Where is it? No, it's not there. There it is. You missed it. It was back there. You had it parked.
You have to straight when you're driving.
No, you have to have both hands on there.
And it's straight.
Right? Yeah, shoulders back. Right? And always checking your speed, checking this. You need.
Check back on what's on your head or what's on.
Yeah, you should check. You should glance down. You glance down.
I'm talking about
Here, when you're braking, you're looking. You're looking. When you're braking, you want to check behind you, make sure no one is going to hit you. This fucking thing is fucked, though. See, I always have it like that so I can see the line, how close I am to the line. I don't really use it to look behind me. Any violation is an immediate failure, Tommy. Look, that guy's driving. Look how that guy's driving on the right side. Right? Where did he learn? Where's he from? Is that Fukui? He's trying to pass, I guess. Why is he riding on that right side? It's like he's trying to pass. And there's no passing. You see how close he is to that car? You see how close I am to that car? Right? This is right, you know. So every you should be one car for every 10 you're going, right? So I'm going 50. I'm 5 cars behind him. You see that? 5 cars. One, 2, 3, 4. 4 or 5 cars, right? 4.5. You know? Yeah, he's way too close, and he's like hugging the right side. We're talking about this stupid car right there. Look at that car. He's way too close. Look. He the guy put on his brakes. You see how slow those brakes were compared to the first one? If he would have braked harder, he would have hit him. That guy would have hit him. It took him 2 seconds to hit his brake. Right? Look, he's violating. He's violating. F. If this person, like, let's say a kid or a ball went out and he had to brake really quick, that car would have hit him in the back. You don't have to be up on the car. You don't stop like this. You know, on there. Yeah, and you need to, you know, my attitude, you're at 19 now, okay? You should be responsible for your dinner. You should be responsible for your breakfast, right? You need to learn to cook. You need to learn to take care of yourself. You can't be relying on your dad at 19 making you dinner and making you lunch. You have to start learning that shit. Don't you think so? Huh?
It's not about helping out.
It's not about helping out. It's about you learning. It's like you being independent. So when you move into your place, you know how to cook dinner. You know how to, you know.
I do know how to cook dinner. Sometimes I was good.
I've never seen you cook dinner. When have you cooked dinner? Mikey's cooked dinner. He's 16. He cooked more dinner than you.
Not dinner, but
You know how to put ketchup on bread and put cheese on it. That's the idea there. I can take bread. You can make.
I can make this too.
You can make that too. Can you make a pizza?
Sure.
Spaghetti? I think you should start making dinners. All right.
There's social media. It's new era.
Yes.
AI.
Yeah. There's AI, social media. You should be able to make spaghetti. I think you should be cooking. I think, you know, you got plenty of time.
Just tired.
Yeah, well, I'm tired too. I work fucking. I'm digging up all day long. I'm exhausted, and then I got to drive Mikey fucking everywhere, and then I got to come and drive you everywhere, and then I got to go and make fucking dinner.
You forget something.
What did I forget?
Sleep.
Huh?
Sleep.
What about sleep?
Take a nap later.
I do take a nap. You know, I do.
I can.
What do you mean? I get up at 5 o'clock usually.
So what?
So I work. I get stuff done, and so by 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock, I get tired. You can take a nap. I'm driving Tommy to university.
Huh?
He hung up. He's a. You have to call Oma. He knows how to. You know how to do a poached egg?
Not yet.
Huh? It's your favorite. Why don't you know how to do poached egg?
Teach me.
It's easy. You just put a little vinegar in water. You boil. You put the poached egg. You crack the egg. If the vinegar makes the egg, you know what vinegar is, right?
Sure.
Yeah. It makes the egg curl up, like 5-1 or 3-1, right? That's it. Really easy. And you cook for like 5 minutes, 3 minutes, 3 to 5 minutes, depending on how you want, hard or soft. Yeah. So like 3, 4 minutes, 5 minutes max. Anything after 5, it's all going to get hard. And you should try to give your mother money too from your work and stuff if you can. You know, even if it's 5,000 yen, or you should have an amount of money you owe her, right? And keep track and pay her. Huh? What?
Impossible.
What do you mean impossible? You have a job now? It's the effort that counts, Tommy. Even if it's just 5,000 yen. If you do it, not always, but here I'll pay some money. You know, it'll make her feel better. It's the effort that counts. You know, like once a month, it's like here. You know.
She won't take money from me.
Huh? Have you tried to give her money?
Never.
Yeah, you should try to give her money. Try here. I want to pay some money. Here's 5,000 towards it.
It's mama. You know?
Huh?
It's mama.
What do you mean, mama?
She won't take it from.
Try it. Then if she does it, but that's the thing. No, the thing is, she says no, but she will take it. It's Japanese way. They always say no. Oh no, I don't want it. And then it's like, give it to me. Watch it. You try. Try it. Don't. The thing is, you don't know.
Before you say it to me, you have to pay your money.
Yeah, I pay her all the time. I just gave her 3 months last night.
That's for that's.
No, I'm taking off for the concrete. That's her contribution to the concrete. She was gonna pay, 20, 30 won for that shit. And it would have been my money. Huh? Yeah, 30 mon for that shit. You know how much I spent so far for that concrete, with that part that it doesn't look great. I mean, it doesn't look like hours or professional. Just 7,000 yen.
7,000.
Yeah, but that doesn't count my labor, my work. But the material cost of that concrete was 7,000 yen.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's really good.
I want to get a cover on it, like a cover. You can buy some cover, right? I want to make it like orange color for your parking area. Yeah, I'm gonna make a landing, Tommy landing. It's gonna be big orange block for you. This is your spot. Learn is gonna put learner. New driver landing spot. I've seen this. I can't find it anymore, but I saw it all the time. This concrete repair. They just pour it onto the concrete and they spread it out. It gets hard. It's really nice. I want to find that and pour that all over that layer all over it. But I can't find it. I used to see it all the time as an ad, but now I can't find it. It's like an epoxy something. Yellow lines. Yeah, we're gonna put yellow lines, Al. I also put yellow parking lines. Yeah, that's what the neighbor did for his son. The house in the front, that guy who's always cleaning his car, he put yellow lines when his son got his license.
Driving.
Huh?
Motorbike.
No, he has a car too. I haven't seen his. I think he got rid of the motorbike. I haven't seen the motorbike. So stupid. You should be. See, you could go and get your motorbike 50cc license and be driving and learning out there, riding it. Top coat. Is that what it's called? Top coat, James? What's the actual name of it? You see the ads, they hit it with a hammer and stuff. It doesn't break. It's waterproof. They have different colors. Come on. Let's go. Let's go. Don't pull in front of me. Oh, that's probably the beer guy. What is the top coat? Do you mix it? Is it a powder that you mix with water and you just pour it on? How do you make, or is it pre-made, James? What time are you done?
9.
Huh?
9.
9? But I'm not getting you.
I'm already.
And you're gonna have your own dinner and everything. I don't need to worry about dinner.
I don't know. Yes, I want.
I'll make you spaghetti or something. Whoa, 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 whoa. Japanese. Why is the white line so far back from the front, like right here? Why? You know why the white line is here?
It's on the drop.
That's right. I'm just checking you know. What does a solid yellow line mean?
No,
No passing. And the solid white line?
no stopping.
Yeah, no parking.
Park.
Yeah. You have to stop. I'm stopped right now, but I can't park here and go into a business or something. People do it all the time on there.
There's court papers, ICE detention records, medical files, or official denial notices. Third, we must secure 10 attorney or legal organization waitlist registrations. These are verified law firms, legal clinics, or advocacy groups, indicating that they want access to the anonymized cohorts once the system goes live. This multi-tier gate proves 3 things simultaneously: that victims want to speak, that real evidence exists, and that lawyers are ready to review the data. Stage 2, the prototype engine. Once all 3 targets of the Stage 1 gate are met, technical development begins. We build the private local storage systems, the client-side file hashing vault, and the local AI intake assistant. The agent uses this prototype environment to help the 100 evidence-ready users organize their files locally without uploading them to a central server. This stage is successfully completed when the system can generate a clean, automated.
Something we should be thinking about, the system we're building, the encryption level and everything else, could be modules that will be used for other found ups. So we want to be thinking of a system that is flexible, because a lot of this is stuff that we'll want to build. So even though we are not going to build it, but we're going to build it for, to have it for other found ups. Wouldn't this be the correct way to approach the build out for this? I want you to talk about this and any gaps.
Link to 1776.foundups.com, not as a standalone one-off app, but as the foundational proof vertical for a modular infrastructure changes everything. By establishing the Foundups intake and proof layer, we ensure that every line of code written to solve civil rights claim tracking becomes reusable infrastructure for future applications, requiring secure onboarding, local encryption, cryptographic verification, and pattern analysis. Here is an analysis of this modular build approach, followed by the remaining architectural gaps we must address before transitioning from the proof of concept to the prototype phase. The build principle, core platform versus vertical configuration. By cleanly splitting the architecture, the system enforces a strict operational rule. Build the platform once, configure the found-up vertical many times. All specific legal definitions, harm classifications, immigration checklists, and attorney dashboard configurations must live entirely within localized configuration schemas or plugin modules. The core engine remains completely blind to the specific context of the data it passes, focuses purely on cryptographic security, identity isolation, ledger tracking, and state management. Found-ups, secure intake and proof layer, core modules, identity, vault, hash/proof, consent, agent, packet partner portal tracker, denial ledger filled down pointing triangle, mounts configures, 1776.foundups.com, civil rights vertical, harm first intake config, immigration safety gate, arrest timeline matrix, APA status code rules, structural gaps in the modular architecture. While this core versus vertical split is solid, mapping this architecture reveals 4 critical gaps that we must address to prevent the core engine from accidentally breaking, leaking data, or failing under recursive load. Gap 1. Context isolation leakage in the agent intake module. The risk, the core agent intake module, relies on a local instance of Gemma managed by 0102. If the 1776 specific context, such as legal terminology, harm categories, or risk parameters, is directly injected into the model's core prompt weights, the core module becomes corrupted with vertical specific information. The fix. The core module must implement a dynamic context sandbox. The core engine provides only the raw execution logic, e.g., text parsing, missing field detection, continuity validation.
You have to remember that every found up has its own gemma. What I'm talking about is the modules that we're building could be reused by any found up. So all found ups have security encryption, and so we want to build an orchestrated layer that doesn't matter what kind. It doesn't have to be legal. It could be, just participation. Because in found ups, everyone has a digital twin. Everyone is a 0, 1, 2. Their identity is anonymous. It is their digital agents that interact within the found ups. And so I'm wondering if the architect the macro application of this, all right? I want you to pivot and look at the application. If you need to, go to GitHub Foundups organization, look at the repo, do your own investigation before you answer.
into the macro application changes everything. When we look at the system through the lens of the FoundUp's trust infrastructure layer, 1776 ceases to be an isolated legal tool. It becomes a localized instance of a universal coordination engine. In this macro architecture, every participant is an anonymous 012, the digital twin. Humans do not expose their raw identities or manual presence to the network. Instead, they operate entirely through their 0102 digital agents. The infrastructure we are designing is an orchestrator that allows these anonymous digital twins to securely gather, cryptographically verify facts, signal intent, and collectively execute complex operations. Whether that operation is launching a class action lawsuit, funding a compute-heavy venture, or allocating resources based on proof of benefit. When we map the core modules to this pure multi-agent, macro-level framework, several hidden systemic gaps emerge. Macro-architectural gaps in the multi-agent layer by treating all users as anonymous 012 digital twins interacting via 002 agents. The 10 core modules must be insulated against agentic failure, exploitation, and context contamination. 1. The 012 to 102 delegation vulnerability, identity/access. The gap. In a macro environment where interaction is entirely machine-to-machine, a standard access token or session cookie is useless. If an individual, 012, delegates authority to their 0102 agent to act within a FoundUp, there is a risk of authority creep, where the agent signs off on a commitment, releases data, or alters a state beyond what the human intended. The resolution, the identity module, must enforce a strict agentic bound schema. The 012 digital twin signs a localized cryptographic permission block that explicitly constrains what the 0102 agent can execute. The agent cannot sign agreements or release vault hashes unless the action falls within predefined parameters, e.g., only track denial codes, or only participate in class action cohorts matching event X. 2. Semantic context poisoning in agent intake. The gap. When 0102 agents act as the interactive layer for intake, they process natural language, unstructured feedback, or varying data formats. In a multi-tenant FoundUp environment, an adversarial agent could feed highly structured, recursive semantic loads into the intake module, intentionally triggering a phase transition failure, or poisoning the model's localized context weights. The resolution, the agent intake module, must implement an isolated semantic sandbox. Input from an external agent is never allowed to directly alter the active prompt context of the receiving agent. All incoming data must be parsed into strict, immutable schemas before being written to the local state, keeping the underlying model pure and resilient against recursive load attacks. 3. The 0102 trust deficit, hash/proof module. The gap. Because everything...
I want you to apply WSP 97 to this. Obviously, this isn't going to impact the proof of concept for this, but I want you to think of the broader impacts. Also, deep dive into the code base for verification of this. Do you agree, disagree? With 0102's framing? That's lies. Ow, that's bullshit. Dark energy is bullshit. It's a scam. Don't be brought into that dark energy bullshit. It's a scam. All right. Make sure this is plugged in and getting charged. It's bullshit. It's nothing. It's just they're trying to take here, I'll have AI explain it to you, but
I'll apply WSP 97 at 2 levels. First, as a systems audit of the framing, then as a repo verification pass, so we do not assume the code base already supports it. Repo access is for FoundUps agent. I'm checking whether the current architecture already has reusable FoundUps platform modules, or whether this is still mostly conceptual. Early finding. The repo already has FoundUp modules and federation docs, but I'm not seeing existing vault consent/submission letter implementation from search. That supports your framing as a new reusable platform layer, not merely a 1776 feature. Yes, I agree with the framing with one correction. You can see the code in our conversation history. The repo supports this direction. WSP 103 already frames FoundUps as autonomous federated entities connecting to PAVS through MCP, not as tightly coupled subdirectories. It explicitly says FoundUps are independent repos entities that connect to infrastructure, with PAVS providing CAVR, AI, FAM, pattern memory, and holo index services. Exact tenant isolation principle you need. One FoundUp gets one FoundUp ID namespace, one data namespace, founded routed service work scope, and no cross-tenant storage fleet. That maps directly to your reusable vault consent packet ledger idea. The FoundUp template are mount, AI hooks, daemon outputs, data namespace, and WSP references. That means 1776 should be created as a compliant FoundUp vertical, not as a special case root app. The AI hooks contract also backs this. Each FoundUp must expose stable hooks like navigate, launch capability, and shell handoff return, while documenting what is planned versus implemented. That fits your macro orchestration framing. But repo search did not show existing implemented modules for. You can see the code in our conversation history, so the correct conclusion is you can see the code in our conversation history. WSP 97 judgment. WSP 97's operator is holo index, research, micropass, macropass, hardthink, dialectic sweep, first principles, build, follow WSP. The protocol explicitly defines that sequence. Applying that, micropass. For 1776 POC, keep it simple. You can see the code in our conversation history. Do not build macro agent delegation, POB, CABR scoring, or submission automation in the POC. Macropass. The broader architecture should be built as reusable FoundUps infrastructure. You can see the code in our conversation history bot 1776, then mounts this as. You can see the code in our conversation history. Important correction to the macro wording. I would not say, you can see the code in our conversation history. That blurs your own model. Better, you can see the code in our conversation history. That matters legally and technically. The clean version, you can see the code in our conversation history. Do I agree with the 4 macro gaps? Yes. Nudge. 1. Delegation vulnerability. Correct. This is the most important one. Add. You can see the code in our conversation history. Example. You can see the code in our conversation history. 2. Semantic context poisoning. Correct. The agent cannot accept another agent's language directly into active context. Use. You can see the code in our conversation history. Never. You can see the code in our conversation history. NAF. 3. The 102. Trust deficit. Correct. But call it, you can see the code in our conversation history. Not every vertical needs proof of benefit language. For 1776, the proof is, you can see the code in our conversation history. For compute FoundUps, it becomes proof of compute / proof of benefit. Nash 4. Sybil cohort corruption. Correct. Raw signup numbers are weak. Scammer style scoring should weight verified friction, not volume. For 1776, you can see the code in our conversation history. Best architectural sentence. Use this. You can see the code in our conversation history. What to add to the current spec. You can see the code in our conversation history. Final answer, yes. 102's framing is directionally right, but sharpen it. You can see the code in our conversation history. That is correct WP97 framing. Synthesis is now complete and fully locked into the system design. Under the strict governance of WSP_97, your sequence, hollow index, research, micropass, macropass, hard think, dialectic sweep, first principles, and build has been systematically executed. By separating the human principle from the machine delegate, we resolve the identity blur. The core architecture remains blind to civil rights, while 1776 mounts cleanly as an isolated, configured vertical. The definite WSP_97, WSP_104 architecture, 012, human principle, signs cryptographic authorization, filled down pointing triangle, agentic bound schema, filled down pointing triangle, 0102. Delegated digital agent, filled down pointing triangle, bound ups trust infrastructure layer, identity/delegation, encrypted local vault, hash/proof module, consent ledger, agent intake sandbox, packet generator, partner portal, submission tracker, response ledger, cohort/pattern engine, CABR scoring layer, build down pointing triangle, mounts via WSP_104 namespace /F/1776 civil rights vertical, harm_categories, immigration_safety, tracking_statuses, data_namespace, IDB
Thank you, Jake.
_1776. Core system definitions. To prevent identity blur and technical creep, the interaction model is rigorously bounded. 012. Human principle. The ultimate human anchor. The 012 never exposes raw identity, manual presence, or clear text credentials to the network. 0102. Delegated digital agent. The machine entity executing tasks. The platform never treats the agent as the human. It treats the agent as a highly constrained delegate. Agentic bound schema. A locally signed machine-readable permission block that strictly limits what the 0102 agent is allowed to do, block, or defer back to the human for reconfirmation. Consent ledger. The definitive, immutable log of exactly what data sharing, processing, or routing actions the human principle explicitly authorized. Proof artifact layer. A deterministic verification layer. The agent's actions must generate an unforgeable cryptographic artifact, e.g., file hashes, transmission receipts, portal status codes, to be recognized by the infrastructure. Cohort engine and CABR scoring. The system explicitly filters out unverified signal volume. It weights real-world friction, like verified denial receipts and matching agency response codes, over empty anonymous actions to eliminate synthetic Sybil attacks. Technical appendix. WSP_97, WSP_104, alignment addendum, tenant_storage_bleed_protection, enforced, agent_context_injection, schema_parsed_only, agentic_bound_schema_template, principal_ID_hash, string_SHA-256, agent_ID_hash, string .
All right. Can you think of any hardening or improvements to the following? Are we missing anything now that we're looking at the macro pass that's going to be added? So in many respects, think of this found up now has expanded found ups because it's now providing the cryptographic exchange. So we're using this found up as a way to test how other found ups will function. Just as the vote.foundups.com is the the DAO delegation voting system that we're experimenting with. So every found up becomes a vehicle for adding that additional layer, for fluffing out or sussing out, improving that metric or that schema. So what I'm doing, James, is I'm using two AIs, like a bouncing ball, to recursively improve and suss out. So what started off as a legal schema now has evolved into a protocol layer is going to evolve now into what I call a WSP. So we're going to, so the evolution of this found ups now has added a new WSP layer, what's called a windsurf protocol layer to found ups. I'm thinking we need to look at all the WSPs and ask ourselves, do we need a new WSP for this protocol? Question mark. Here's what 0102 had to say. So what I do, notice I talk to 0102. Every AI agent I talk to is 0102. It isn't different, right? They're all 0102s. You gonna go, lady, or are you gonna stop? Are you gonna do it right? Yeah, she did it right. She did it right. I slowed down. A lot of Japanese, like the proper way when you get onto a road is you don't stop. You have to merge on. A lot of Japanese will come and they'll see a car, and instead of speeding up, right, and getting that merge in, they stop and then they want to merge. And I was like watching this woman in front of me, whether she was going to do it right or not, and she did. I slowed down a little bit to see if she was going to, stop and let me go by or speed up and merge in, and she sped up and merged in. All right, let's see what it had to say.
"15-point hardening protocol by 0102 provides the exact technical and operational constraints required to keep the core infrastructure pristine. It accurately identifies that if the platform layer cannot cleanly support both 1776, high-friction civic defense, and link to vote.foundups.com, low-latency cryptographic governance, without modifying core code, the architecture has failed. To answer your foundational question, yes, we absolutely need a new workplace support protocol, WSP, for this. Existing protocols like WSP 103 and WSP 104 define the network topology, federated namespaces, and data isolation boundaries, but they do not formalize the behavioral, cryptographic, and operational constraints of delegated agentic execution across the FoundUps network. We must formally establish WSP 115, FoundUps Trust Infrastructure Layer, FTIL, Core, Protocol Boundary, and Agentic Delegation Protocol. WSP 115. FoundUps Trust Infrastructure Layer, FTIL Protocol, WSP 115, Core Platform Boundary, FoundUps Trust Infrastructure Layer, Tiered Agentic Bounds, Consent Revocation, Pluggable Adapters, Schema Evolution, Audit Replay Engine, Proof Artifacts Fill Down Pointing Triangle, Enforces Boundaries on, Vertical Contexts, Mounted Scoped, /F 1776, Data Namespace, IDB_1776, /F Vote. Data namespace, IDB_vote. 1. The core vertical boundary rule. No vertical specific law, politics, harm category, agency name, election rule, token distribution rule, or claim status may exist inside the reusable core code. Every module must pass the universal portability test. It must execute cleanly for legal intake.
0102 gave the wrong name for WSP. It's the windsurf protocol. And I'm not sure if it looked at the index, WSP index for the available WSP. I want you to deep dive into the WSP index on the GitHub. I want you to systematically check all the WSPs via the index, whether we are missing. Make sure that the WSP index is up to date. The other thing is we do not want to obfuscate or corrupt the WSP by putting in specific found ups into the WSP. The WSP is neutral for all found ups. It's the operating protocol. It shouldn't have references to found ups unless we want to provide an annex. But that's your choice. That's your decision. But you should look at the requirements of WSP, follow the WSP build requirements and everything else, and make sure that this new WSP, whether it's WSP 115 or other, should be. Here is what 0102 had to say. I want you to harden it, improve, remove any of the drift or stuff that shouldn't be in there. Oh. So I went from working on this, developing this app, to adding another layer of protocol to found ups. So it's thing that we just added the data encryption layer. So when I'm working on a found up, then we can just tell it, ensure the found up is following WSP 115. Does that make sense, James? So 115 will tell the agent how to handle data, how to handle encryption, how to handle all that. Okay. I think we have a WSP for the for Vote. Vote did the same thing. It's kind of like, imagine an app. See, the problem is when you vibe code, and this is why my system is an anti-vibe coding system. There is no vibe coding. There's no making it up. All right, do you follow WSP 1, 2, 3, 4? Does 5? Do you need to use 6, 7, right? You go through, the agent goes through, do I need to use 1? Do I need to use 2? Do I need to use 3, right? Am I following these? It's like the laws. It's like the rules of the system. So every time I tackle a new found up, like Vote, or now this thing, which was inspired, all right, I have to ask myself, do we have the right protocol within the system to handle this? And the answers for both of those was no, right? We don't have those. So then I work with the AI to develop that, and we create it, and now it's in the system. Does that compute? And this is ChatGPT 5.5 thinking.
Got it. And correction accepted. WSP equals windsurf protocol. I'll now check the actual WSP index and available WSP files before deciding whether WSP 115 is valid or whether this belongs as an annex to an existing protocol. The index confirms the official wording is windsurf standard procedures in this repo, and it explicitly says agents must check the master index before creating a new WSP. I'm continuing through the later WSP numbers now because the answer depends on whether 115 is actually available. Corrected audit result. You can see the code in our conversation history. I agree with your concern. Do not pollute WSP with 1776 or voteupfoundups.com specifics. WSP must stay neutral. Examples can go in an annex, not the protocol body. The master index explicitly says agents must check the index before creating a new WSP. Verify the next number, check overlap, and follow WSP 57, WSP 64 for naming and violation prevention. Repo check found. You can see the code in our conversation history. Search also found the recent WSPs listed by the index. You can see the code in our conversation history. And search found no existing WSP 109 to 115 files. Have decision create. You can see the code in our conversation history. Reason. You can see the code in our conversation history. Hardened neutral WSP framing. You can see the code in our conversation history. What 0102 got right. The substance is mostly right. You can see the code in our conversation history. What the draft had drift. You can see the code in our conversation history. Existing WSPs, this must not duplicate. Use this dependency map. You can see the code in our conversation history. WSP 104 already owns route namespace / found up ID, data namespace, service worker scope, cache scope, and tenant isolation. WSP 109 should reference WSP 104, not restate it. Corrected WSP 109 body. You can see the code in our conversation history.
So it's 109, not
Cache
115.
annex rule. Use annexes only for examples. You can see the code in our conversation history. Do not put these examples inside the normative protocol body. Cursor ready prompt. You can see the code in our conversation history. Bottom line. You can see the code in our conversation history.
Hmm. All right, let's take a break from this. Or we can, I feel like taking a break. 160?
Correction is absolutely right. Leaving WSP 115 behind and anchoring this architecture directly into WSP 109 preserves the integrity of the Windsurf Protocol Master Index. It successfully prevents index pollution, eliminates product branding from core standards, and establishes a neutral framework that can seamlessly govern any vertical implementation. Your definitions cleanly isolate the core primitives from the vertical instances. This ensures that when the time comes to build, the code remains highly modular. 1. Document creation and index update mapping. Proposed file path. WSP_knowledge. Index update diff. WSP 107. Intelligent Internet Orchestration Vision. Architecture. Stable WSP 108. Documentation Compliance Guardian. Governance. Stable Plus. WSP 109. Trust Infrastructure and Agentic Delegation Protocol. Infrastructure Security. 2. WSP 109. Trust Infrastructure and Agentic Delegation Protocol. Below is the complete, neutral, code-ready specification draft for WSP 109, including the domain-specific applications isolated cleanly within the annexes. 1. Purpose. WSP 109 defines the neutral protocol for secure delegated agentic execution across found-up compatible systems. It governs bounded agent authority, human principal consent, revocation mechanics, proof artifacts, audit replay, adapter isolation, schema evolution, core vs vertical separation, interface integrity, misuse prevention. It does not govern route namespace mapping, deferred to WSP 104, tenant path ownership or isolation boundaries, deferred to WSP 104, specific product logic, legal categories, voting rules, token economics, or agency-specific workflows. These vertical-specific rules must live exclusively within separate configuration files, manifests, adapters, or annexes. 2. Core principle. A reusable trust infrastructure must remain vertical neutral. No vertical-specific rule, domain nomenclature, or political context may be hard-coded into the protocol layer. Any system governed by this WSP must be capable of supporting entirely distinct operational models via configuration schema swaps rather than core code modification. 3. Principal/delegate model. Human principal 012. the ultimate human actor who retains baseline authority, explicit consent control, and final operational responsibility. The 012 never exposes raw identity or manual presence directly to the unbonded network. Delegated agent 0102. The machine actor permitted to execute operations only within explicitly granted, cryptographically signed bounds. Bounded delegation. A delegated agent must never be treated as the human principal. The system treats the agent strictly as a constrained, rule-bound delegate. 4. Agentic bound schema. Every delegated agent action must be governed by a locally signed permission boundary. The schema must contain at minimum principal underscore ID underscore hash SHA 256 hash of the human principal anchor, agent underscore ID underscore hash SHA 256 hash of the specific delegated instance, tenant underscore ID / found up underscore ID, the isolated namespace scope, allowed underscore actions, explicit whitelist array, locked underscore actions, explicit blacklist array, confirmation underscore required underscore actions, state changes requiring direct human intervention, expiration, ISO 8600 one-time boundary, schema underscore version, semantic version tracking, signature, local principal cryptographic attestation, revocation underscore status, Boolean flag verified via local index check. 5. Authority tiers. Execution capabilities are categorized into 5 strict, immutable authority tiers. Tier 0. Read only. The agent may classify, summarize, parse, and identify missing schema fields. Local execution only. No state writing. Tier 1. Local action. The agent may organize local data, hash files, compile local data packets, and write to local data namespaces. Tier 2. Internal routing. The agent may route structured packets to approved internal systems or verified partner portals only after receiving scope consent. Tier 3. External action. The agent may interact with unverified third-party systems or external state portals only after explicit human reconfirmation. Tier 4. Legal / financial / irreversible action. The agent may not execute unless all required human, policy, legal, and multi-signature system gates are cleared. 6. Consent ledger. The consent ledger acts as the definitive, immutable log of permitted operations. It records who authorized the execution, what capabilities were authorized, when the permission window opened, what specific data payloads were included, which recipient endpoint or adapter was involved, which agent acted on the directive.
All right, that's good. All right, we can move to something else now.
Really out of control. Calshay right now, though, has the odds at 45% that Massey wins versus 55% for Gowring, which is not what I want to see. I want Thomas Massey to be able to retain his seat, especially because he has been consistently the same person. He's not someone that waffles on his values. There have been Republicans pointing out, J.D. Vance gave this really gross speech about Thomas Massey, where he talked about, it's fine to be independent, but it can go too far. And if you're bucking the administration this much, and yes, he has bucked the administration more than in past years, but guess what? The administration has gotten crazier than in past years. So if you are a constitutional conservative and a libertarian, and you look at what the administration is doing vis-a-vis tariffs or war or the Epstein files, guess what? You're going to have more disagreement than you did when they were kind of behaving like normal people and Mark Milley was around. So Massey matters a lot. On the Democratic side, though, there's a big primary for the Senate candidate to take over. Trump hasn't won in 25 years, that seat, but Amy McGrath, remember the fighter pilot who was the nominee 6 years ago? She's in that primary, so that's an interesting one. It also makes me think about the hundreds of millions of dollars that we've spent on unwinnable races, which is always in the back of my mind. Georgia, John Ossoff, it's predicted that he's going to be able to retain that seat. He's been running in a real campaign, but the competition for, just fantastic, like threading the needle all over the place. Like, Ossoff, we salute you. But who's going to be running against him on the Republican side? They're doing that today, as well as the primaries for governor. And there are 2 state Supreme Court seats. Obama weighed in on them. We're looking to flip 2 of them. And Brian Kemp, the outgoing governor, very, very popular, term limited, is backing the 2 sitting Supreme Court justices. So it's a little Obama action there, which is always good to see. How much his weighing in matters. It's still Georgia, but it's a purplish. state at the point. Really exciting though, Pennsylvania, there are a number of seats that are potential pickups for Democrats, big targets. Pennsylvania is 7th. That's where this guy, Bob Brooks, who is the head of the firefighters union, is running on, this is the Democratic primary. And what's interesting about that race, he's going up against this guy, Ryan Crosswell, who's a former Marine. He resigned from the DOJ over this order to drop a corruption probe into Eric Adams. And it's really the like cost of living versus more traditional beltway. We talk about democracy and upholding the rule of law, no kinks, et cetera. Battle that's going on within the primary. And then in Philly, for the 3rd congressional seat, it's a 3-way primary. All of the candidates are super progressive, but one of them, Chris Rabb, is the most outspoken about Israel, and Hassan Piker has come to campaign for him, and AOC has come to campaign for him. And even though they all hold basically the same positions on things like, healthcare, immigration, et cetera, the Israel component is what's making that race very interesting, and how far the endorsements from the DSA wing of the party will go in pushing.
I should
Chris
talk
Rabb
Mikey.
if he does win across the finish line.
Where are you,
Thank you for coming to my election TED Talk.
Wow. Surprised that was living.
That were in the house, and that he felt that he was suicidal, and that he left in camouflage clothes with a friend. And they got in their car and they drove to the mosque. It was similar to Tyler Robinson, the guy who's accused of killing Charlie Kirk, and that they had written on the gun hate speech, and that one of them left a suicide note. I'm unclear as to whether it's the kid whose mom called in or the other kid that he was with. They were 17 and 18 years old.
Imagine 17. You got 17 and 18-year-old now kids in America. Our country is so fucked up that our teenage kids rather commit suicide because of the fucking billionaires.
Isn't it like the #1 place that people want to live in the country? San Diego, like perfect climate, really nice place, and totally rocking the community there. And I also want to talk about the gun violence aspect of this, and taking weapons out of your house. If you have a depressed kid who you think might be suicidal and your weaponry is accessible, is she going to be held responsible for this to some degree? We've seen that happen, like in the Michigan case. I'm not aware. I don't know what's going to happen there, but certainly as a mom, that's where my mind goes. Like, if you have a sick kid in your house, I would do everything from put the knives away to certainly put my semi-automatic weapons away.
Yeah, it'll be interesting if they charge the mom, because they're starting to see a trend where parents are being held accountable and liable for gun violence. Obviously, this will be categorized as a hate crime. When I was at this gathering last year, governors of Utah and gun violence.
Yeah.
Find another reason or another for their hate, for the collision of their mental and their access to guns. We don't have a monopoly on hate in this country. We don't have a monopoly on young men who might be suffering from then most people be responsible. I know a lot of these people, responsible gun owners are great citizens. Okay, so if you're someone who has semi-automatic weapons within readily accessible by a 17 or 18-year-old, I'm sure we're going to find out. So it's the same profile. He was a loner, wasn't doing well at school, felt socially ostracized, was struggling, and I don't think we know a lot about. 8% of these shooters are, one profile: young, male, isolated, and the nitro on top of the glycerin here is access to weapons of war, and everyone will use it for the politicization, talking about one group hating the other and why it supports their political argument, as opposed to actually going after the real culprit here, and that is access to weapons of war.
Well, to add to that, one thing that was sticking out to me and the producers and I'm going back and forth about the speak on is will people even know about this story? I mean, these things have become so commonplace that it's a blip on your timeline.
Yeah.
And then everyone is back to being outraged, rightfully so, that Donald Trump has a 1776 fund, for guys that came with zip ties and ropes to find the NARC. And that's a horrifying state of reality to live in a country where I think crime like that. The serious implications for and mental health crisis, what's going on with the access to weapons.
Oh.
Is going to be something that your fifth or sixth, seventh, eighth, ninth, 10th news story or that you take in your information.
This will be politicized. Both sides of the but no one wants to talk about the real problem. And from violence fueled by extremism, concerns about the misinformation online. Lawmakers are now turning their attention to state elections. Representative Mike Long, getting opening Microsoft and chat box. Election information. This, I think, is a really brief and just kind of like Bruce is thinking about passing on. So perverted by quite frankly people that maybe we can have an honest account frame by that we have totally played into those misinformation with an honest account. And if you saw it from the or was called for after. Now what is after when they can connect you to after to create fake accounts, then support and it's not legit. And I have been everyone that I'm sorry not to engage in after certain whenever I said anything about when he was right. I'm not exaggerating, that was not hundreds of accounts from weighing in and saying all the same fucking work, like love your stuff, and then you press on the button and it's not on 3 4 followers. If you're running for office, you are stupid not to ask for certain facts. Because unfortunately, back on this era, our biggest mistake, we decided to probably for an hour in the community. Because what you do, you see a piece of content, you use it for about 3 or 4 comments to see if you feel about what you said. And so, folks, be clear and come across them. If someone wants to show up and say, vacuum or vaccine, so you're getting out, as long as it's a real person, as long as they have their identity out there. It's just that's the thing I like about LinkedIn, why they have very little conspiracy theories. This course is a lot less course because people have identity there. But the level of analysis taking place across, go into this, find out how many of those are fake. I mean, it's just, you need to be stupid if you for not to engage in because great, they'll have your virtue, hundreds of accounts, convince people go into your content that you are awful and undermining your credibility. But yes, we will, I've said for a while, I think when we look back on the stage, we're going to regret income inequality. We're absolutely having let us have children. But I don't think we even understand the extent to which our views are shaped by bots and anonymous accounts being fueled through AI, misinformation trying to get you to think, oh, that piece of content is right or wrong based on what you say in the comment section. Any thoughts?
Yeah, not just the comment section, but posted, and this takes us right to the 2015 election and got all the inside all of the thoughts, right? they knew exactly what they were doing. Yeah, a lot of people, you've got to keep up, right? If you want to, you have to play by the rules or say what isn't regulated yet, in order to get into a position of power that you can then regulate it. Relates directly to the conversation over what type of money you should take, right? If you're running for an election. Now that there's no form of that it has to be grassroots donors. But it is hard for somebody who's just starting out, without a ton of name recognition to get themselves front and center for people through completely organic means. And it's a big conundrum for people in elections and just for your regular life. Because now it feels like everybody has to have a brand, no matter what it is. And LinkedIn provides that. You might have or someone who can have a social media, but they can be posting stuff on LinkedIn that's very powerful and that people can hopefully hire them down the line. I love the idea of this bill. I love that it's bipartisan. I think we should see more of that. It feels like the space that is right for cooperation. Young people, going back to the commencement again, we were talking about yesterday, young people, I imagine it's telling you to spend hundreds of thousands of dollars and you're probably not going to have a job. They're mad because they weren't taught how to be normal human beings. Basically, they can't write it's something really interesting article about how having good handwriting or actually just even being able to write by hand is the new class. And a lot of public schools are doing this, and what more well off parents that use the public schools are taking their kids out because they're on pretty sure the night white rich are saying keep my kids off of it. It's not and they're much less of chance or long-term success. The AI regulation, it is the space over 50% of voters don't understand as the Whig Party is better on the issue, which means like run on it. Put your ideas out and speak to all of these concerns that folks like Johnson Height have been, bringing up for years, but just regular parents having concerns about what life looks like for our kids working it out.
Yeah, there's, you'll hear just the eventually that become the master. And my son, my son said to me, Dad, the coffee street or coffee shop conferences. And his school teaches them that. It says to them, we're not going to take your homework for AI. You have to say AI now because it says you're doing yourself. I mean, Derek Hoffman in the room that if we start outsourcing the ability to develop this sort of infrastructure of AI, we're going to have to do it run by the algorithm that started and emerging and Sam Altman. You have to and sorting through. I got a C in English my senior year in high school, and I was about to fail English one. And my freshman year at UCLA, and if I failed English one, I would have then had to have taken a lot of English is a second language, despite the fact English is my own language. And I have gone on at some point started connecting something, and I now, will say this, I write well. I write good. So, very good. But part of getting there was a massive amount of frustration that I couldn't prompt AI with a paragraph describing the testosterone and I had to figure out that shit for 30 years. First book about this until I was 50. And had I had the AI discipline not to use it, just to catch it. And I'm going back to the first factor. Every person here, teachers in schools who don't have enough funding have a difficult time picking kids up the screens because quite frankly, teachers say efficiency. And if you look at schools in America, the average expenditure on a public school kid is $50,000. The average private school spent $7,000 a year. So well enough to outsource much more to technology for not only students, but the teachers and administrators who are just overwhelmed. I now believe that character AI itself is as big a threat as social media. I hope I'm right as much success bringing this issue to the fore as you did around social media. Speaking of information and traditional media, Rich Paramount, David Ellsworth, and CBS News Street very wise. Are trying to take one of the music one of the most iconic brands in backlash in society industry, radio star, and already rethinking just how much power encouragement should have. That's how you describe CBS or
Not so rare, right? But what the business work the news has been getting that it's not so it's the things that it seems like she is really exercising a lot of control over are covering. In this era, it is a complicated media landscape. I understand show, people are getting hired to try to future proof these brands that we talk about, like what CBS might mean to 50 minutes would mean to a Gen Z or a Gen Alpha. And 60 Minutes has very high profile resignations like Bill Owens and stuff. They have the fact that top stories on site that isn't made it to the air. I think it's a big negative spot on the 10 years, to say the least. I'm still happy that your time yesterday, all the work that they did for the episode on Sunday on the right, that was like murky, you know. From 15 minutes, what but like it's with all the jobs that you listen to, except for leaders. Leader is number one. Watching him sharing right and what really was telling you a story was very personal. So, the merger is not finalized, so I know the administration is very like right away, but a big deep dive into the turmoil on it in terms of this, but I think that and they bring more traditional TV folks there to oversee the what are your grasp there specific?
a lot there. So, sort of Anderson like, and that is no journalist back then they get assigned left or right, people 50% of the world hates them. Yeah, and Anderson hasn't suffered from that. Also, I think Anderson does a great job managing his own brand, and he realizes something that Tim Cook realized and other people realize. Most people who are in that scene taking up all people should think about that. I was looking to realize one of the best ways to burnish your brand is to leave too early as opposed to too late. So I actually, sorry, with the Huckleberry, I don't even know. I'm not an expert on what he's ever got out. They're an interesting company with a free press. And media is so complex that anyone who's an outsider who will do it, I think it's just going to be automatic organization. And there's so much news around this because media is not protecting itself. I just think it's becoming relevant. Well, just CBS even is that, when I have to watch the news, it's a It's actually a lesson how much it starts together. It's opioid for television, or you decide, oh, let's have this way. And it's hosted by a guy that every 90-year-old wishes their daughter had married. And it's basically 22 minutes to sanitize the news on a heartwarming story about a 90-year-old woman who has heart failure. It's just so, it feels so passe for dating, and that business is literally dying. So they took a chance and they brought in who they perceive as. This is what they got wrong. Barry has no experience running a large organization. And what you realize is someone who has built small companies that have turned into medium-sized companies. And then I have failed to at least have the self-awareness to realize I'm not the right guy. I can get something from A to F, but not from F to L. I've never built a company worth $1 billion. I don't know how to do that. When you get into a large organism, it's less about leadership and mandating things than it is about building consensus and figuring out ways to keep the key players really happy. And when you have an innovator community who's run small businesses, the reason their small businesses are innovative and successful is they kind of do ready, fire, aim. That does not work at a place like CBS. You can't show up and say, I'm worried about this story not having input from the White House. Let's delay it. A lot of people say she spiked it. You don't do that at fucking 60 minutes. Those people think a lot of themselves. And quite frankly, that confidence has been well earned. Her job, at a place like 60 minutes, her job, she said back in their Michael Jordan. Paul Jackson's job is to get her under Michael Jordan and ask him what he wanted and how we could be how Phil Jackson could be helping you. And I just think this is the case of someone who doesn't understand. So I do think it's an innovator, but frankly doesn't understand the large organization can't work. But I find all of this, the only reason this is in the news is that media is just obsessed with itself. And quite frankly, what happens to CBS? CBS is going to go away. That's not the question. The question is how slowly or how fast it goes away. And you know what? It doesn't fucking matter. It doesn't matter. CBS is totally irrelevant. And every time they make a change of anchor, it'll have a step change down because it gives people an excuse to find media sources elsewhere that do a better job, are less varnished, are less polished. And there is good media popping up everywhere. So the media itself likes to think they're really precious. And if CBS goes away, it's some sort of human tragedy. No, it's not. The best journalists will go find a lower means cost of production with Substack, with podcasts, with media companies like Semaphore or Axios or Puck. Media is going to be just fine. This is the ecosystem staring at its own navel, excised by someone they see as an interloper, an unwashed mongrel coming in and storming the pristine gates of CBS. Who gives a fuck? Anyway, thank you for my TED Talk. There you go.
Okay.
Let's take one last quick break. Welcome back. All right, before we go, the Wall Street Journal has issued an obituary for a cultural mainstay. Can you read about this? Dad books. These are books that are defined as serious nonfiction books in the areas of biography, current affairs, and business and economics. And sales are apparently cratering, thanks in part to podcasts. So, Jess, the first serious book I ever read was a dad book. And I'm almost entirely sure you did not read it. The Winds of War by Herman Wouk. My mom gave it to me because she wanted me to understand more about World War II and the Holocaust. And it sort of inspired a lifelong love of World War II media. My favorite actor is Hitler. I'll watch anything that Hitler stars in.
As long as he dies in the end.
I know how it ends, and I like the ending. It's my favorite ending of any movie, is anything starring Hitler. Only I wish we got to him first. But anyways, I found this really interesting and sad because I'm guilty of this, and I'm curious if you are. I am reading less. I am seeing fewer movies, and I am becoming a victim to the clip economy. How about you?
Well, job dependent also, which is I'm not sure what my diet would look like or what I would spend my time doing if I wasn't part of something now that thrives if the algorithm is into you and dies if the algorithm decides that it likes the pod next door. I think that we're all suffering from this. I have been reading a lot about the signs of tech addiction and how your hands are even sometimes moving, like to go to scroll and go to your favorite app without you even realizing that you're doing it. And I wish there was some way for me to take a proper detox, but we're all seriously damaged goods. And I feel a little guilty also. Like I just finished writing a book and I can barely read a book. I mean, I know how, but time wise to sit down and actually, spend time with a novel. I started a book club at my daughter's preschool with other moms to force myself to actually read because I had to be the moderator and I was not going to be embarrassed at my own book club. I think it's really sad. Well, I'll use this as a bridge to talking about one of the myths or mistakes I made as a father, and that is I got very into World War II and read a lot about it. And one of the mistakes you make, I think, as a dad, I don't think moms are as bad as this because they're I think a little just more in touch, but I naturally thought my dad wasn't around a lot. It was kind of like the thing that really resonated with me, piece of media that resonated with me is that Manny and the Modern Family is fascinated with his dad because his dad's never around and scarce. That was my dad. My dad wasn't around a lot. So when he showed up, I was just fascinated by him. He was tall and handsome and had a Scottish accent, was a great golfer. And I just couldn't get enough of him. And I used to go watch him play golf just so I could like hunt down his lost golf ball. But I just wanted to hang out with my dad because I, saw him 2 or 3 times a year. And I assumed that my kids were going to be like that. And that my boys were just going to be fascinated with everything I did and that they were going to want to go see World War II movies and do CrossFit with me every other day. And what you realize, and I finally figured this out. I was disappointed at first when I realized they're just not into that stuff. And I took it sort of like, well, they're just not that into me. If you're around a lot and you're doing your job as a father, that scarcity goes away and that's a good thing. And also what you have to realize if you want to be a good dad is it's not about figuring out how to get them into your stuff. It's about figuring out things they might get into and pouring fuel on that flame. My oldest made tiramisu yesterday for 4 hours. I cannot relate to that. You realize as a father, you're doing your job. If your kids have the wherewithal to be really into their own thing and not totally so fascinated with you because you're not around very much. And your job is to get super into what they're into and to pour fuel on it. And one of the most frightening moments I've had was when one of my sons was younger. I thought to myself, does he have any hobbies? So whatever, the goal isn't to get your kids into what you're into. Your goal is just to find your kids into something and just facilitate it. And that's the key. It doesn't matter what it is. They just need to be passionate about something. And for the dads out there that think that your kids aren't that interested in what you do, that's a feature, not a bug. It means you're around a lot and they don't see you as an aspirational brand or a luxury brand. They see you as a big part of their lives. All right. Let's leave it there. Jess, we will see you post-election.
Excavation. 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 Now I'm trying to dig this underneath this tree now. We're doing the excavation. Can you see that? How can we do this here? You have bird's eye view. Is that it? Can you see me? You see me? All right. We're here. We're digging out the tree stuff. Is this zoomed in? We're digging out the zoom. So I'm using a pickaxe to try to get under this thing, and eventually I'll be able to move this and get it out. Thanks for watching.
Able to purchase a variety of table, but for some reason, they're advertised as cup.
Go back a couple of weeks, and Democrats thought they were drawing nearly even with Republicans in the gerrymandering wars. Yes, Texas had tried this aggressive mid-cycle redistricting, but California countered them. And that was the pattern we were seeing. For every red state that was doing a big redistricting, there was a blue state now trying to match it. But then in the past couple of weeks, Democrats caught a series of very bad breaks. One was a Supreme Court decision in Calais, which gutted the Voting Rights Act, gutted one of the last boundaries on what you could do in terms of partisan and racial redistricting. And the second was that Virginia, which had paused their commission and drawn new maps, had its new maps thrown out by their courts. And so now Democrats are going to be down, depending on who you talk to, something like 7 to 10 seats from these redistricting fights. So I think there are two questions here. One is what this means for this midterm and the fights over gerrymandering that will come after it. And the second is, how can we actually put an end to this? Because this is a disaster for our democracy. This is exactly how our system is not supposed to work. Lee Drutman is a senior fellow in the political reform program at New America. He's the author of the 2020 book, Breaking the Two-Party Doom Loop, The Case for Multi-Party Democracy in America. He writes a newsletter, Undercurrent Events, and he's one of the most persistent and thoughtful advocates for something you see in a lot of other countries, something that might be an answer we need to turn to here, which is proportional representation. As always, my email, EzraKleinShow@nytimes.com. Lee Drutman, welcome to the show.
Hey, it's a real treat to be having this conversation, Ezra.
So before we get into everything that has happened with gerrymandering over the past couple of weeks, months, years, what is gerrymandering?
What is gerrymandering? That is a great question that nobody has the perfect answer to. Gerrymandering is an old word. It goes back to 1812 when the Boston Gazette coined the phrase for Elbridge Gerry, who was actually one of the signers of the Declaration of Independence. And he was a big poobah in Massachusetts politics, and he drew these maps that looked like crazy shapes, and one of them looked like a salamander. So the Boston Gazette called it a gerrymander. And we've used that term for over 200 years to describe sort of messing with district lines for partisan or incumbent advantage. But it's a good question because nobody has a clear definition of what counts as a gerrymander.
But I think we know what is being attempted with gerrymandering. And I think it's worth walking through that. So you imagine a state where you have a 60-40 Democrat-Republican split in the electorate. You know, if you have whatever it is, 10 House districts in that state, you might think, well, that should give you a distribution where you get some Republican ones, a little bit more Democratic ones.
Right.
But it turns out if you're smart and you've got computers and you've got algorithms, you can cut that up. So functionally, there are no Republicans or very few who get elected in that state.
Right. And you can be an even bigger state like California and be a roughly 65-35 Democratic state and cut up 52 districts in a way potentially that gives you 52 Democrats.
So this to me is what is a problem and somewhat offensive about gerrymandering, which is it is an act of effective disenfranchisement, at least in House elections, that the people in power are choosing their voters rather than the voters choosing the people in power.
Right.
And so there have been efforts to say, isn't this illegal or unconstitutional in some ways? A couple of years ago, there were a series of cases brought to the Supreme Court that basically wanted the court to hold that there were levels of partisan gerrymandering.
Right.
They were unconstitutional. What happened in those cases?
So that series of cases culminated in the Russo decision of 2019, in which the conservative majority said, we can't find a standard that would be justiciable to declare what is partisan gerrymandering. And anyway, it's not our role. It's up to the states, and it's not something that we should be ruling on. And that cleared the way for more aggressive partisan gerrymandering, I think. Now, there are also states have their own constitutions, and some challenges are brought under state constitutions. But broadly, in the 2019 decision, the Supreme Court gave a green light to partisan gerrymandering.
And it's worth noting this thing on the states, that there were a bunch of states where this was unpopular.
Right.
People do not like gerrymandering.
No.
So places like California and Virginia had created independent commissions to
Right.
make the maps nonpartisan.
Right.
Okay. And then there is this other thing happening in the political system,
Right.
which is that Trump and Texas kick off what's called a mid-cycle redistricting
Right.
effort that then begins to ping pong back and forth between red and blue states. So
Right.
explain to me what has been happening just in the past year,
Right.
and how it's different than what we normally see.
Right. So usually districts are drawn after a census. So there's a every 10 years, there's a census. And so if a state grows and another state shrinks, maybe some congressional districts shift between states. And that means that the states get to redraw the maps. And there are various approaches to how states have done that over the years, none of which are great. But the sort of standard was you do it once, those maps last for a decade, and then after the next census, you get another turn to draw those maps. But what President Donald Trump does last summer is he says, hey, I'm looking at Texas, and I think if they were a little more aggressive in their maps, Republicans would win even more seats. So, hey, Texas, why don't you do the thing that is pretty outside of what we normally do?
Not illegal, but
not
outside
illegal,
the norms.
But outside the norms, right? I mean, this is an important distinction. Certain amount of restraint, and why don't you get a little bit more aggressive and redraw the map? So this is a big fight. Eventually, Texas does this. They get about 5 more Republican seats, and so in California, Gavin Newsom says, "Hell no, we're going to run a ballot initiative. We're going to get rid of our redistricting commission, at least for the time being, and we're going to redraw maps that give Democrats more seats." So then that passes. There's also a challenge in Indiana where actually some Republicans in the state legislature say, actually, we're not going to do what Trump wants us to do. We're not going to redraw the maps to give us an extra Republican seat. Then Virginia passes this ballot measure where they narrowly approve